Black Queen, White King by Tyler Walker.
As it should be.
Oh, really? Trying to score some points today?
No, just telling it like it is, baby.
I'm sure you are.
What can I say? I like a woman who can challenge me for the throne.
Is that so? Then consider yourself usurped, big boy, because that crown is mine.
To read any of Miss Tyler's books, uncut and ad-free, find them at tylerwalker.com. Use YouTube exclusive promo code SAVE40 for an amazing 40% off. You're listening to Black Queen, White King by Tyler Walker.
Chapter 1. Emily. The heavy beat is pumping in the background, and I can hear the murmur of my girlfriend's giggling voices out in the hallway. But for all I care, they may as well be in another galaxy. All I can focus on right now is that Ethan Reynolds, the gorgeous white boy who I've had not a crush on for years, has his hands all over me. He's walking behind me like the Fred Astaire to my Black Ginger Rogers, except stumbling drunk. But it couldn't be more perfectly choreographed if we were in an old Hollywood film. God, I want to rip you out of that dress. You're so sexy. You know that? Sploosh. I can feel his desire poking through his pants as he's whispering into my ear, his hands moving my hair behind my ear, his hot breath and his sultry baritone, just as much of an aphrodisiac as his gymnatic body. Do I know that? I don't know. Why don't you tell me more so I can think it over? Well, it looks like you've come to quite the steamy chapter. YouTube can't handle the heat, but we know you can. That's why we're giving you the chance to read the unabridged version of Black Queen, White King right now at a 40% discount. Use code SAVE40 on tylerwalker.com and you can get 40% off of any digital product on the website, including audiobooks, ebooks, and bundles. Why don't we get back to the story?
Chapter 2. Ethan. What? You thought those dirty details could be confined to just one chapter? I don't think so. And if YouTube won't let you listen, I sure as hell will. Go to tylerwalker.com where Miss Tyler is selling her digital products for 40% off with the code SAVE40. I'll be waiting. We leave the bathroom and sit in a dark enclave hidden from view. One of the few places where it's possible to talk and actually hear what the other person is saying. I still can't think of anything to say, and the silence is maddening. She looks amazing in this light. I notice her curling her fingernails into her palms methodically and looking around. I decide to finally bridge the silence with something, since even the worst line would be less awkward than this. I'm hoping my icebreaker doesn't sink like the Titanic. Have a rough day? Gotta start somewhere. Yeah, how'd you guess? Doesn't seem like your usual Friday night routine, although I could be wrong on that count. You are full of surprises. I give her a playful leer. Yeah, it's been rough. I just got out of a 3-year relationship this week. Completely toxic. So I'm trying to detox, I guess. Both of us are silent again. I'm not exactly the best for relationship advice. My advice is stay out of relationships, so she's already followed that part. I can't offer her a way to get over a heartbreak or suggestions for moving on. I'm not one to sing Lizzo with her at karaoke. What I can offer her is an 8-inch long magic wand to instantly make her forget all about that douchebag. Everyone knows that the best cure is a huge helping of vitamin D. I decide I'll just wing it. It doesn't matter what words I say, just as long as she knows I'm sincere when I tell her I'm confident that I can make her forget she ever had an ex in the span of a night. I open my mouth to talk, but she stops me silent. She kisses my neck and breathes words into my ear that are more intoxicating than the whiskeys I've been throwing back. So yeah, maybe I've had a rough day, but I'm sure I'm going to have a wild night. She nibbles on my ear, and I take in a deep inhalation of air. Damn. Just like that, I'm hard as a rock again. The only question is your place or mine. She climbs onto my lap and reaches down. A smile crosses her lips. Oh, good. You've already started getting ready.
Chapter 3. Emily. Hey, girlies. I've known these girls since freshman year of college. After 10 years, they can see it from a mile away when I've just gotten laid. How many times did I do the walk of shame to the dining hall, wearing the same clothes from the party last night? Oh, someone just got some ass, Marissa wails, with her hand out for a high five. Look at that grin. Was it that guy we saw you making out with? Rachel says. So, I fall into them with a fit of giggles. So, who? It was so good that I'm about to leave for round 2, and maybe 3 and 4. Who knows? They shriek so loud that the other tables look over. Shh. But yeah, 5 out of 5 would recommend. Good. You deserve it. Benjamin was a lot of things. An egomaniac, but the best thing about you breaking up with him is you'll finally have the chance again to be with someone who can make you Oh, Marissa howls. Hey, though, before you leave, share your location with us so we don't have to go all Dateline on you if he's a serial killer. I can assure you he's not. I laugh, thinking about him in the office stapling someone to death. Hey, I've seen American Psycho, Rachel says. Christian Bale didn't look like one either, but keep your location on. If he is Patrick Bateman, at least we'd know where to find the body. Unless he smashes the phone with a hammer and breaks the SIM card, Marissa adds. Too much true crime, guys. Too much. This is what I'm reduced to when I'm not going home with handsome strangers, Marissa says with a small smile. I look to the side and wonder if I should tell them. Nah, I don't want to have that conversation right now, especially not after the Dateline one. Besides, it's a one-night thing. No one needs to know I've slept with the boss. I plan to have forgotten it by tomorrow morning. Although the flashbacks of the time in the bathroom keep coming, and I doubt I'll forget it anytime soon, considering it just became the benchmark by which I measure all other sexual encounters. I hope he hasn't ruined me for life now. Have fun, Emmy. You deserve it. Rachel gives me a kiss on the cheek. And don't forget, just when you're free from that other big baby, you don't need a little baby tying you down. Right, but a big guy to tie you up? Oh, speaking of big, how? I put out my hands 8 or 9 inches apart. Biggest I've been with. They scream even louder than before. Girl, what are you still doing here? Go put out that fire hose. Marissa does a backup dance with a siren sound. Love you, girls. I'll let you know I got there okay, and I'll tell you if there are any skulls in the freezer. I step out and meet Ethan in the parking lot. As sexy as he is, I still can't override the automatic boss alert instinct when I see him. Probably wouldn't take much effort, though, I think to myself. I pause, thinking for a moment, asking myself if this is something I really want. This is my career, not just a summer job scooping ice cream or something. I'm 28 years old, working at a luxury ad agency. It's my dream job. I really don't want to screw it up. I can't resist that smile, though. Come here, kitten, he calls across the parking lot. I try my best to look nonchalant, but I want to take off my heels and run in my bare feet. But I have the dignity to just walk fast. Hey, player. He reaches and grabs my hand, then twirls me to him like a rumba dancer. Wow, look at those moves, I say. My college roommate made us do this elaborate dance for his wedding party. So his wife's childhood best friend and I wound up dancing the rumba. Did you do it with her afterward? I don't think her girlfriend would have liked that too much. So, did we establish your place? We didn't. But we just did now. I have the app open. Just have to push the button. We make out in the back seat of the car. We can't keep each other's hands off each other during the 8-minute ride. And why should we? We stumble up his walkway to his huge, gorgeous house. Wow. A real grown-up's house? I remark. Yeah, it's a good cover, don't you think? Doesn't fool me. Want to find my keys for me? He grabs my hands and sticks them in his front pockets, then digs around like he's controlling a marionette, while I can barely stand from laughing hysterically. Oh, not there? He puts my hands on his ass, then shrugs when he discovers them there. You knew they were there all along, didn't you? With all my grown-up responsibilities, I forgot. He gives me a toothy grin and opens the door. Responsibilities like making you come over and over again for hours. Maybe adulting isn't as bad as it's cracked up to be, huh? I posit. Or are you kidding? He winces. Okay, you're getting a spanking for that horrible pun, you bad, bad girl. I'm not going to humor you. That was bad too. So we're even then. His mouth turns into an exaggerated pout. But the spanking still stands, I offer. He perks up. Walking into the foyer, he pulls up my skirt and thwacks my ass. That thong. He pulls up the skirt higher and grinds up against it. Do you have a permit for that thing?
And do you want to find out what happens next? Even if YouTube won't let us get down and dirty, Miss Tyla always has a place for us to go. Head over to tylawalker.com now and get your hands on the unabridged version of this audiobook, Black Queen, White King, and more. To sweeten up the deal, you can use discount code SAVE40 for a generous 40% off of any available digital product. All you need to do is use the promo code at checkout and watch the numbers fall away. Our unabridged content even means that you can listen ad-free as you hear all of the dirty details. Should we get back to the story?
Chapter 4. Ethan. Morning. What a hell of a night. I look over and the pillow beside me is empty, cool. Emily is gone. Jeez, she left me just like that? Wham, bam, no thank you? Nice. I lay against the bed backrest with my arms folded over my bare chest. Then a smile slowly appears on my chapped lips. Hey, maybe this is for the better. If I woke up and she was still here, then there'd be all that uncomfortable talk. Nice weather, busy day. Oh, look at the time, better get going. All the hogwash one-night stand couples say the morning after when they feel mortified about the previous night and just want to get away from the soiled bed and back to normal life. I get out of bed, find my jockey shorts, and pad to the bathroom. I look at myself in the mirror. Yup. You've got rosy cheeks and a chin rash. You're looking like last night was good. In the shower, reason comes back. Right. Like betting an employee is ever a good thing, even if it's just for giggles. Screw it. It's done. What happened here last night can stay here. Don't act any differently around the office. Why should I? I get out and dry off and apply cooling gel to my chin. Thankfully, it works, and the redness dies down. I continue to talk myself into a story I can buy. What's the big deal, Ethan? You both knew this was a one-off. I think back to last night and smile. Pity, though. We definitely rock one another's worlds. Emily is like looking in the mirror for me, but in a female form. Her confidence, her attitude. She's me. And damn, do we light one another's fire. I shave carefully and say no to the aftershave today. I dress and, leaving the bedroom, take one last look at myself, expertly adjusting my tie. Pity, though, as she is one heck of a beauty. That body is world-class. One touch, and I couldn't stop. I head into the kitchen and make myself the typical hangover cure, 2 raw eggs whisked into tomato juice. I swig it down quickly. It makes me gag every time. No pain, no gain, as they say. I cough and chuckle. I didn't drink that much last night. but my mind and body feel as if I had. I'm all out of sorts, and I need to get with it. There's a knock at the door. Holy hell, I forgot, it's Mom. Our lunch date. Thank God I got dressed when I did. I think back to the messy bed upstairs, knowing there's not time to fix that. I stride to the door with the confidence of a man not exhausted from sex and whip it wide open. Mom, hi. You're early. Good morning to you too, son. Mom waltzes in, and before I have a chance to stop her, she heads into the living room and finds a woman's earring on the couch. She picks it up, and with a mocking grin turns to me. Thinking this isn't yours. Geneva holds it up high. I grab it from her. Hilarious. Is this a friendly visit, or do you have a warrant to search the premises? Geneva laughs and puts her hands up. There, calm down. Only observing. Although, Ethan, geez. When are you going to sort out your personal life and find the right woman? Not 100 of the wrong type? Mom, I highly doubt my sex life is any of your business. Maybe so. But how many times have I seen this kind of day-after mess this month alone? You know how I feel about family ties and how I feel about sex outside of wedlock. You know it goes against my religious views. You're 30 years old now. Don't you think it's about time you settled down and found a wife? I sigh and cross my arms. Her nagging is getting on my nerves. Mom, your values are yours. My timeline for my future is mine. At 30, you should know that by now. I let go of your apron strings a long time ago. You just haven't accepted the fact. Mom scoffs. Listen, Ethan, you need to change your ways. You have run around and sown enough oats for 20 men. I'm taking over now. I'm going to set you up with a good Christian woman I know from the church. I step forward and put up my hand. No, Mom. I don't want that. You know I don't. You have no right to interfere in my personal life like this. Who I see, who stays overnight with me, is none of your business. I'm a grown man living a grown man's life. Mom stares at me in shock. The words out of my mouth are harsher than I planned. Tears well and purl down her cheeks. She wipes the tears with a tissue and blurts out a response. Saying those awful things about me, your mother. It's obvious you don't care for me. You don't love me anymore like a son should love his mother. What did I do wrong in raising you? How did you become so cold and unforgiving with your mother? Mom blows her nose in the tissue and wails some more. I try not to sigh, but I've seen these theatrics before. She could star in a family drama. Mom, stop. There's no need for all this. You'd swear somebody died the way you carry on. My dating someone isn't the end of the world. Might be the end of your world if you choose to constantly live in sin. And how will I face my friends in church if your reputation gets out as some kind of player man? That's what they call cads these days, right? Mom sniffles. I throw a hand over my face, covering a grin. Mom, okay, just calm down. How about we come to a compromise? Immediately, Mom's tears stop, and the sniffling quits. I'm constantly amazed at how she can turn the spigot on and off. Mom moves closer and throws an eagle stare. What kind of compromise? I exhale. I can't believe I'm going to say this. But if this is what it takes to get my mother off my back, I'll do it. Set up your church-going girl for a blind date with me. The moment the words fall out of my mouth, I regret them. But it's too late to shovel them back into my mouth. My mom bear hugs me like she's an MMA fighter ready to take me down. Oh, son, you have made your mother so happy today. I knew I raised you right. My questioning of your soul, that was wrong of me. Truly it was. When it comes down to it, you're still my good boy. You won't regret this date. Not one bit. Mom happily claps her hands like she just won the lottery. I smile. I want to retch. Yay. Mom's deliriously happy and I feel like a wreck. What on earth will I do with this religious gal except rue each minute I'll be with her? It's God who needs to help me now.
Chapter 5. Emily. Damn it. I hissed to myself, bringing my bleeding little finger to my lips. I've been tracing the outline of my fingernails for the last half hour in an effort to iron out my thoughts. Unfortunately, my thoughts are still totally wrinkled, and I've managed to slice my right pinky open with my thumbnail. Ugh. And it's just below the cuticle, so it hurts like hell. To make matters worse, it's still another half hour before my alarm goes off. That's right. My anxiety woke me up an hour before my alarm could. I roll my eyes at my own restlessness. Get it together, Em, I tell myself. It's a guy. You're tearing yourself up over a guy. We said we were gonna stop doing that. It's not like Ethan's stressing about a one-night stand. In fact, if there's any weight to the rumors, he's already slept with another girl since our hookup and forgot all about me. I get a sinking feeling in my gut as this possibility registers, that he forgot our whole encounter but redirect my thoughts. It was just sex. He doesn't care, and neither do I. I tell myself as assertively as I can manage. I repeat this sentiment as a mantra as I toss the covers aside and drag myself out of bed. It was just sex. He doesn't care, and neither do I. I say it again to my reflection in the bathroom mirror. It was just sex. He doesn't care, and neither do I. And again as I shove ingredients into a blender to make myself breakfast. It was just sex. He doesn't care, and neither do I. I say it 3 separate times during my commute. It was just sex. He doesn't care, and neither do I. It was just sex. He doesn't care, and neither do I. It was just sex. He doesn't care, and neither do I. Finally, as I settle in at my desk, my anxiety takes note of the refrain I've been repeating all morning and quiets enough for me to focus on editing some code that needs my attention. I managed to get through a full hour without Ethan at the center of my thoughts, and I make some real progress on my editing. Proud of myself for my productivity and for squashing my panic over seeing him again, I decide it's time to take a break and get a cup of coffee. As I stand up from my chair, though, I see the man in question making his way over to the coffee machine. Great. His light blue button-down stretches perfectly across his chest and hugs his biceps. His short, dark hair is perfectly combed, not a lock out of place. Far from the tousled mess it was the other night, as I threaded my fingers through it. His eyes are trained on the coffee machine inside the staff lounge, but I realize suddenly that, since I'm just standing here, rooted to the spot, he could simply look over at me and make eye contact. I drop back into my chair immediately. Seeing that emerald gaze would do me in. After all, my breathing's already ragged, and he was across the room. It was just sex. He doesn't care, and neither do I. I'd almost laugh at myself. Who do I think I'm fooling? It might just be sex, but it was good sex. Like, really good sex. I am not going to be able to play it cool around Ethan, no matter how many times I try to convince myself I can, because there's nothing cool about what happened. It was hot and wild and passionate, and I'm going to react to that if we come in contact right now, which means we cannot come in contact right now. I sigh, realizing I'll need to avoid any communal spaces at high traffic times today. I can't go into the cafeteria at lunch, and coffee will have to wait. I return to my code, hoping that having a task to focus on will make my stress subside again. Fortunately, it does, and I manage to finish editing the portion I'm working on before noon, when everyone else abandons the office space like it's the plague. I start on a new section of code just as my burrito is delivered to my desk, and I continue working through lunch. A half hour after everyone else shuffles back to their desks, though, I feel the hour of sleep I lost hit me like a freight train. I glance at my watch. 1:30. If I want caffeine, I have to get it now, unless I want to be up all night and continue this cycle of sleep deprivation. Cautiously, I rise from my seat and glance around. Everyone else seems to be well occupied with their own workload, and there's no sign of Ethan striding past our cubicles to get an afternoon cup of joe. Seizing my chance, I scurry into the lounge and put on a fresh pot. I set aside a mug for myself, adding my usual fix-ins to it so I can just pour the coffee and bounce when it's ready. Impatiently, I situate myself against the counter, arms folded, looking up at the door every few seconds. The brew has just started to empty into the pot when I hear footsteps approaching. Okay, breathe. It's probably someone else, I tell myself. Statistically speaking, it practically has to be someone else. Well, practically is the operative word. Because no sooner than I've convinced myself it's any other colleague does Ethan waltz into the staff lounge. Great, I think to myself for the second time today. My thoughts race, and my heartbeat thunders wildly in my ears at the sight of him. He looks positively delectable up close. The blue in his shirt is just the right hue to make his eyes shimmer a little bit. The expression on his face, decidedly neutral, does nothing to mar his striking features. And his hair is just a little less neat than it looked from across the room this morning. I wonder if I just couldn't tell before, or if he's been running his hands through it, or if someone else has been running her hands through it. I don't have time to dwell on that possibility, though, because he's approaching me, and fast. Meanwhile, I'm frozen in place, unable to speak. I feel his eyes fall on me and my heart skips a beat. Then I register the blankness behind his stare and realize he's not really seeing me. Despite the heat coursing through my body, I instinctively tense up and slide in the other direction when he brushes my forearms as he passes me to grab a mug. I realize I'm holding my breath when he turns to face the coffee machine, mug in hand, still not acknowledging my presence, still unaware of my presence. I just turn to face the coffee maker too, kicking myself all the while. The moment the coffee's done, I pour some in my mug and practically run back to my cubicle. The rest of the afternoon passes in a blur. I don't even drink my coffee. It just sits on my desk cooling to room temperature. When 5 o'clock rolls around, I take my untouched coffee back to the lounge, clutching the mug like it's the only thing holding me together. I dump the liquid out in the sink, rinse the mug, and put it away. It's not until I've finally left the building that I recognize I'm fighting back tears, or that the cut I gave myself this morning has reopened, thanks to my death grip on the mug. You're an idiot, I tell myself as I bring my pinky to my lips, once again to stem the bleeding. It was just sex. He certainly doesn't care, and neither should I.
Chapter 6. Ethan. On the list of things I'd never thought I'd say, I can't wait for Monday is pretty high up there. But it's a phrase I actually said this weekend. Chalk it up to one more thing about Emily Thompson that's made me reconsider everything I thought I knew. Either way, I don't know the last time I was so excited for a Monday. Yes, I do, actually. Memorial Day weekend. My excitement for Monday is tempered by how hard I'm realizing it'll be to work in such close proximity to Emily. And I mean that literally and figuratively. It says something about how good a girl is in bed when just walking past her empty cubicle even before she's here can give me a semi. When she does saunter in, looking unbelievably hot in a pencil skirt and tastefully not quite button-down shirt, with the black lace bra peeking through, that semi goes to full 21-gun salute in the blink of an eye. Work just got a lot more fun and a lot more unbearable, all at the same time. Everything throughout my day makes me think of some erotic tie-in to my wild night with her. Putting cream and sugar in my morning coffee, I think about how she tastes even better, above and below. When she pours her own mug of coffee in the afternoon, I think about how badly I wish her lipstick were coming off on my lips instead of the ceramic. Then, when she brushes up against me, my body is in overdrive. When I hear her voice on the phone, all I can think of is her moaning into my ear. "Ethan, I'm gonna come. I'm gonna come." When she walks into the kitchen, her high heels clicking against the tile floor, I hear the clack of the shoes on the tile when I was balls deep inside her in the bathroom stall on that amazing first time. I've been trying to forget about her the last 2 days. Clearly, it's not working. I half want to ask her for her advice, since she seems so over it already. What's her secret? Was it not as amazing for her as it was for me? Nah, I can't imagine that could be the case. Even sex I've thought was subpar had other girls raving. And even for me, this was off the charts. Maybe it's that she wants a relationship. She seems like the type. A lot of girls will say they want the friends with Benny's deal, but really they're thinking they're the one who will convince you to commit. With me, they are sadly mistaken. The sex was so good, I bet she'd make an exception for a second one-night stand, even if it meant no relationship. Or at least I hope she would, because I refuse to be strong-armed into one. But did it really mean nothing to her? Usually I'm tempted to change my number after a one-night stand because the girl will hit me up so much, but this almost is worse. I'm the one with the unbalanced amount of power, so it's right to follow her lead here. And if she wants to act like strangers, I can do that. Well, I can try at least. It won't be easy, especially with the huge VIP project we're doing that's about to take over both of our lives. I'm never nervous at project kickoff meetings, but knowing she'll be there and that she's one of the project leads, I'm about this one. After this, though, I can tune her out until our next project meeting on Friday. We're doing the app for Fashion Week? Really? She's so cute when she's excited. And a promotional video about using it with some of the designers doing shows. She actually claps. Everyone's excited, but there's something about her elation that's contagious. Ugh, why does she have to be so damn adorable? Fortunately, I'll be coordinating with her direct supervisor, not her directly, but in a way that's not much better. It just means I have fewer opportunities to sate my compulsion to look over at her face and body. Instead, I have to imagine it, and that cuts into my time to actually, well, do any work. Who knew that ogling someone could be a form of multitasking? The Friday meeting rolls around, and I've done an okay job at sidestepping most of the pitfalls that have come my way. I worked from home for part of it, so maybe that doesn't count. It didn't work anyway because it just reminded me of all the different places in my house where we had hot, wild sex. I just have to get through this quick status meeting, I think to myself. We have one every week. It's not until Emily gets up in the front of the room, standing at the smartboard, that I remember that this isn't our standard weekly check-in. It's a demo of the app in its current state, and Emily's running it from start to finish. If I had remembered, I would have gotten my jockstrap out of the closet from my lacrosse days. Her perfume, which has notes of vanilla and cherries, and something else I can't place, smells amazing. You'll notice that the interface of the app dovetails with the branding of Fashion Week, and it uses images licensed from the fashion houses as well. We're working closely with them to make sure it looks perfect, but the controls and accessibility are the main focus right now. We can tweak the shell of it, but the fundamentals need to be strong. She's so damn smart, and her confidence is such a turn-on. She deserves to be confident and to take pride in her work. I'm so proud of her. I almost want to stand up and say, "This is the girl I'm with." Or at least it's the girl I slept with, who I really hope I get to sleep with again. But she's so much more than that, and I know it. It's just difficult, with thoughts about her arching her whole body as I'm thrusting inside of her to make room for anything else. I'm tuning out a little bit toward the end, as the department heads and executive teams sing Emily's praises, unsurprisingly. That's why we've decided we're going to pair you with the creative director for both of you to lead the way directly on rolling out the app. Wait, say what? She has a huge smile with shifting, uncomfortable eyes, and I'm relieved that she's as disturbed by this staffing decision as I am. It's the only relief I'm feeling. My mind starts wandering almost immediately, picturing late nights in the office bent over a copier, or a desk, or the front reception desk, screwing her into oblivion. Busting a nut into her so hard that she gets on her hands and knees with a paper towel to clean up the dripping wet mess we leave on the floor. Wonderful. I look forward to working with you on this project, Emily. Great start on this. I'm sure the finishing will be even better.
Chapter 7. Emily. Oh my God, I can't believe this. I have to work on this app project with Ethan. Is this some kind of pathetic joke? I smile, of course, but I'm squirming inside. How am I going to get through this? Shoulder to shoulder with the man. Just remember, he's the director, and what he says goes. This is where the grin and bear it motto perfectly fits. Listen, Emily, as you know, this is a big order. Are you willing to work over the weekend? The client gave us 0 time for this. A complete rush order. There's a bonus in it too if we pull this off. Yeah, I'm totally in. How did we get this order anyway? It's a good friend of mine. He offered the company a huge retainer if we could pull this app off by Monday first thing. I know it's a big ask, but Deluxe needs more long-term clients on its roster. I smile and put on a brave face. No gain without pain. Let's get on with it. The pressure is on. I feel my shoulder and back muscles tightening. My mind reels at the possibilities. If I pull this off, it could mean a major promotion, maybe even becoming a senior programmer with a salary I can take laughingly to the bank. I have to program this perfectly, all the while having his body so close, his scent so disturbingly near. I slough off the emotions, put my game face on, and get to work. Ignore the office politics, girl. Do what you do best. And so I hunker down over the keyboard and let the coding script run through my mind. I'm going for a streamlined, simple approach that is error-free. How hard can it be? You've done this 100 times before. Ignore the hunky man in the cubicle beside you. Look at him like he's a room decoration and nothing more, like a beefy potted plant. I sigh, take a huge swig of coffee and get to work. The code drips off my fingers without a hitch, and I stay in the zone until Ethan walks my way or stands over me. Then I lose it. His presence is so strong. His presence makes me feel weak. I curse myself for feeling this way. I get up and grab a bottle of water to cool my head down, and the rest of me. Images, flashbacks to the other night, swim in my mind. All that night did was spark my hunger for wanting him more. When Ethan has his back turned to me, I swipe 2 more water bottles from the fridge. I place them both against my cheeks, and the third one I rub against my chest. This is going to be one torturous programming stint. I wonder what will get overheated more, the computer or me. I pray it'll be the former. Ethan and I work through lunch. He orders iced teas and salads, food and drink to keep us awake and alert. Nothing is said in between gulps and swallows. It's all about the code and nothing more. I key in the last line. I scroll back with the final check. It all lays out perfectly, not a keystroke gaffe on the page. Holy cow! I did this in record time, and I get to break free of Ethan. No weekend work with him near me. I walk to the door and am stopped by Ethan, his manly figure filling the space. Not so fast, I'm afraid. I did a beta run on the code. There's a glitch at line 10065. It cuts out right there. I stand back, surprised by what he just said. Are you sure? I did a diagnostic check and it all panned out. Maybe on the log, but not on the run. Come and see it for yourself. I walk over to Ethan's office, and sure enough, the app breaks where he indicates. I let out a groan. Geez, just when I thought I had it made, a weekend free of his intoxicating scent. I inhale. Okay, no worries. I'll go back and redo that line. Do another check and see. Hang on. What I think will take a moment ends up taking hours. The one gaffe dominoes into others, and a good third of the code has to be rewritten, taking me well into the night. A half hour in, and I look over at Ethan. You know I have this, don't you? You don't have to stick around. I can do the tests and run through and text you when it's right. Hey, no worries. I'll stay here until it's ready. Don't you have Friday night plans? A party? Some event to go to? No, nothing I can't miss. Listen, how about I order take-in for dinner? We both eat and get some energy before we tackle this thing? Sure, that would be great. I am feeling kind of peaked. I smile. I'll order some Red Bulls while I'm at it. Ethan winks. I laugh. Yep, wings might help. He laughs too and goes off to order the food. I turn around and face my monitor, but in the reflection of the black screen, I see him turn and stare back at me. My body tingles. There's an electricity surge in the room, which has nothing to do with the electronics. Once I hear him leave, I hit the fridge, this time for an ice-cold Coke. I drink it in one go. Am I thirsty? I never drink Coke. I know I'm hot, and yet the air conditioner is on. I lean against the fridge and close my eyes, resting them for the coding night to come, and in my mind's eye, I see only him, leaning over me, wanting me. Without knowing it, I whisper back, "What do you want, sir?" My eyes pop open. I jerk my head to the door and around the room. Empty. The coast is clear. I curse myself. What the hell did I just say? I whisper, "Get a grip, girl. Holy hell. This is strictly business and you know it. If it weren't for this Rush gig, he'd be out there partying with a flock of girls, none of them being you." I walk to the window. It faces the parking lot. I'll see when the delivery boy arrives. The sun is a multicolored pastel swath of pinks, oranges, and purples. The parking lot trees sway. Below the window is an entire bed of lilies. Their vivid orange and indigo shoots spark in my eyes. I imagine palm trees and exotic blooms. A beach is out there somewhere. Why am I picturing myself there with him? I know it's crazy. What I envision will never be. But in my weariness and his lingering cologne scent, my mind wanders. And this is where it wants to be. The delivery car pulls up. I see Ethan meet the boy. He takes the packages and gives the guy a hefty tip. He strides back in. He'll be seconds away from being with me once more. I'm excited. My heart pounds. But I'm nervous too. The rationale me orders the fantastical me back down to the ground. It's game time, girl. Put away those silly dreams.
Chapter 8. Ethan. The huskiness in her voice is heavy. It makes me want her even more if that is possible. I know we are at work and I should control myself, but I don't want to. It's just us, and I can't get the night I had with her out of my head. Hell, I can't get her out of my head. No one else is around. I don't see why I shouldn't just lay it all out. Be professional. You know better. Telling my mind to kindly shut the hell up. I choose to go for it. I step closer to her. I hear her breath catch slightly. Good. Maybe she still is thinking about us tangled together as well. I finally say it out loud. What I want is you. She takes a loud gulp but remains silent. I haven't forgotten the night that we spent together. It's been all I can think about since it happened. I walk closer to her. She has nowhere to go. Honestly, she doesn't look like she wants to be anywhere but here anyway. I continue. I have thought about it in depth. I'm willing to possibly work on a relationship with you if that's what it takes to sleep with you again. Your body is addicting. I watch her subconsciously bite her lower lip and run her tongue nervously over it. My pants tighten. My mom has been setting me up on blind dates, and it would be nice to stop her from doing that. With you as my girlfriend, that would do just that. Plus, it would be a win-win for both of us. I know you enjoyed it just as much as I did, Emily. Help me kill two birds with one stone. I drop to my knees, settling between her parted legs, but careful not to touch her, just to remind her of the last night we had together. Let us be able to screw each other good and hard while you help me in stopping my insistent mother. I haven't been in many relationships, but I am willing to give it a try with you. I think I would enjoy it and get to see what it is all about. I mean, we already know how well we mesh together between the sheets. Emily still says nothing. Her legs are slightly parted with me stationed between them. All I want to do is run my hand up her skirt and make her feel all of the ways she deserves to. I control myself, but just barely. She widens her seat, spreading them further. Is she meaning to tempt me? I suck in a breath to control my hormones. I want you so damn bad, Emily. I can't get you out of my system. I don't want to. We have such an explosive chemistry, it would be a shame. No, a crime to not explore that further. A crime? She purrs. Yes, I'm distracted at work. It's affecting everything that I do. I need your body like an addict needs their high. You know all the right things to do and how to do them. I've never been with anyone like you. I'm willing to test out the waters if you are. I just need her to agree, and then I can let my animalistic nature for the woman take over. I don't know why she's fighting it right now. I told her everything. I'm even willing to date her just to be with her physically. I'm completely enslaved to her. What exactly do you mean by test out the waters? I feel like I made it pretty clear, but I'll rephrase whatever she needs. We could date if you wanted. Like, be in a relationship? Before I answer, she continues. Because if that is the case, then forget that. I'm not looking for one. I'm more than a little surprised. I've been pondering over what to do and how to approach it. This seemed the best way. And she doesn't even want one. What woman doesn't want a relationship? You aren't, is all I say, hoping she explains further so I know how to proceed before feeling like a complete ass. I just got out of one. I don't need or want to be in another. I want to enjoy my freedom, make my own choices. You know, live life the way that I want to. Her confession may catch me off guard, but once I think about it, it's music to my ears. Everything she has just said is exactly what I want, why I haven't been in a relationship. I want my freedom as well. No commitments. The chance to just do me instead of being told what to do. Emily gets better and better than I could have hoped for. This may work in both of our favors after all. I completely agree with you. She looks confused and slightly surprised. You do? But you just said... I wave it away. I know. I thought that is what you wanted and to just be with you. I was willing to give it a try. But what you just said is the whole reason I haven't been in a relationship. As much as it displeases my mother, I enjoy my freedom more than being tied down. Don't think of me as shallow for offering. I meant what I said, but only for you. I would do anything to just be able to have your naked, smooth body pressed against me again. Her coyness is back. I see it flicker in her eyes as her lips pull up in a one-sided smirk, like she knows she has a hold on me now. She spreads her legs even further and pushes herself towards me as she leans back in the chair. I can feel her heat through her skirt. I want to taste it. I need to. I lean into her slightly and she moves herself back, now leaning forward on her knees, face to face with me. Her blue eyes against her mocha skin are hypnotizing me. Her confidence is radiating, and it turns me on even more. Want to know a secret? She whispers. I nod. She wiggles a slender brown finger at me, and I lean in closer. She puts her mouth against my ear and says the words in a soft, throaty voice. I haven't had enough of you either. I try not to gulp too loudly. Now it's my turn to be dry-mouthed. So, if we both want each other but don't want relationships, what would you say to friends with benefits? I suggest. I don't want to ruin the moment, but since we work together, I want to have a clear read on if I can keep having tantalizing sex with this amazing coworker of mine. Well, subordinate, but just barely. Thinking she is about to answer, I lean back in. Instead of whispering, she licks my ear and then bites it. What do you think? I grab her face and pull it towards me. I kiss her hard and deep. The kiss has the built-up tension of all the days we weren't talking or touching each other. She responds fantastically. I roll her chair into the desk and tilt her head back as I kiss her beautiful jaw. Her hands grip my hair, and she forces my face back to hers as she locks her lips solidly against mine. There's no stopping now.
Chapter 9. Emily. This wasn't my plan for tonight. I wasn't even planning on ever sleeping with Ethan again. I mean, my God, He's my boss. None of those thoughts seem to plague me at the moment. I actually think that common sense has completely left the building. I want him so bad. Everything he said made me even hotter for him. Knowing he wants it just as bad as I do and is okay about not having a relationship is good enough for me. We're both two consenting adults. That should be good enough. Ethan's hand slides up my skirt and moves quickly beneath my underwear. I don't even try to stop him. Why would I? It's getting wildly out of hand, but I like it. I don't want it to stop. Doing it in the building makes it even more intense. I pull away from his lips and gasp as his fingers maneuver inside of me in a professional motion. My chair keeps rolling beneath me. I want to give in, but I can't if I am constantly trying to not fall out of my chair. I grab his hand and push it away. He looks at me confused, but I stand, pulling him to his feet as well. He smiles, realizing that we aren't finished yet. Where are we going? I pull his tie and walk backwards, leading him in the direction of my choice. Your office. It has a couch and a door, in case the cleaning crew makes an appearance. I wrap his tie around my hand and turn to walk forward. Is it hot in here? Or is it just Ethan? If you want to hear the rest of this steamy scene, you'll have to grab it from tylawalker.com. With code SAVE40, you can even get it for 40% off, a discount that applies to any digital product on Miss Tyla's site. If that isn't hot, I don't know what is.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylawalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
tylawalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 10. Ethan. I grab 2 water bottles from the mini fridge inside of my office. I toss one to Emily before guzzling the other one. It doesn't feel as late as it is. Even after our multiple rounds in my office, I'm still buzzing off of the sheer frenzy of it all. We both start to gather our discarded clothes and get dressed. There is no blushing or shame between us. We established where we stood just before the deed, and it was mind-blowing. I finish buttoning up my shirt and throw my tie around my neck. No one can know about this, Emily states as she slips on her last heel. I look up at her as she smooths her skirt. Obviously, I'm no rookie here. I also think it's frowned upon to dip our pens in the company ink. I sit in my chair as I lace up my dress shoes. Emily gets up from the couch and grabs a chair opposite of my desk, taking a seat. I'm serious, Ethan. I sit up and look her dead in the eye. So am I. I agree that this stays between us. I don't need anyone knowing about my personal life, let alone who I'm sleeping with. Especially when the person I'm banging is my direct subordinate. Besides, why would I want to brag about how great of a lay she is? I want that to stay between me, myself, and I. I think the same thing. Good. So we are on the same page. I go to get up, but Emily stops me. I want to have some things in writing. You know, to make sure this is set, and draw precise lines about what we can and cannot cross, since we both want to keep our freedom. We don't need this getting messy. Interesting. I couldn't agree more. I'm just not used to a woman wanting to set the boundaries. Sounds solid. What do you have in mind? She grabs a notepad from my desk and a stray pencil. I want to set a schedule for our activities. A schedule? Yes. I'm not going to be at your beck and call like all your other girls. I have a life and it doesn't include you or work. I can't help but smirk at that. Okay, I'll leave it up to you then, because if it were up to me, I'd screw you every single day until we couldn't stand each other anymore. Emily flicks her blue eyes up at me. Her dark skin has a lustrous glow, probably thanks to all our recent exercise. Though I appreciate that, I am putting us down for 4 out of the 7 days in a week. Once they are used up, the days reset once the week does. I can handle 4. I'd like more, but at least it allows me to screw her brains out. I nod to show my approval. She grins before looking back at her notes. I can tell she was expecting me to argue. It can be any day as long as it doesn't conflict with any of our schedules or personal lives. I also have the right to refuse too. That sounds fair to me. Good. Now the other thing we need to get clear so there is no stress in our personal or work lives boundaries. Isn't that what we are doing right now? Yes, but I mean in the sense if one of us wants to stop this friends with benefits thing. What do you mean? She sets the pencil down and crosses her leg over the other. I mean that if one of us wants to end it, then that's it. There are no questions asked, no drama. I have had enough of that type of crap to last me a lifetime. We just accept it and move on. No hard feelings. Okay? Plus, we work together, so I want it to be as simple as possible. Perfect. This sounds too easy. I love it because I'm not even the one setting the rules. She is choosing it all as if I told her exactly what I wanted. There's no need for this relationship to mess up our lives. When it runs its course, we simply wave it goodbye. Simple and easy. One final thing. She chews her bottom lip as if she is worried about how I am going to react. Now I'm eager to know. I give her a moment. She finally says it. Even though we are just having sex, nothing else, I have to be your only sex partner while we are together. No exceptions. And in turn, you'll be the only one I am with as well. It's not for possessiveness, but for the simple fact of being healthy and safe. That's what made her nervous to ask? Ha! I agree. I know I have a reputation as a playboy, but I am a one-woman man. I don't sleep with more than one at a time. I see relief flitter across her face. Good. That makes me feel better. Thank you. She signs the bottom of the rules she laid out to me and dates it. I reach for the paper to sign it as well. It's as formal as it is going to get. After I finish, I have a thought. Just out of formality, when was the last time that you got tested? Her cheeks puff out with her exhale as she thinks. Oh, about 2 or 3 weeks ago was my last time. Everything came back clean. I had to wait 3 months after my ex to make sure any and all things that could show up on the test would. I nod, happy to hear it. What about you? I get tested regularly, believe it or not. Everything is good on my end as well. She smiles. Good. I'll make a copy of this agreement and we both can have one at our house. Deal? Deal. I put the paper in my briefcase. It hits me how hungry I am. It feels as if I haven't eaten in days. How about to seal the deal, we have dinner? She laughs. We ate earlier, remember? Doesn't feel like it. You made me hungry all over again. Her eyes twinkle. She shrugs. Not my fault. I stand up from the chair and look around the office. Dark, desolate, and covered in penthouse-worthy memories. I want to create more, but not here. How about we go and grab something fast and head back to my place then? She stands and gives me a seductive half-smile. I like that idea. Emily saunters out of the office to grab her purse, and I don't hide the fact I'm watching her leave. I feel my pants tighten again. I don't care how bad I chafe or how hungry I get. I'm taking full advantage of this hot piece of ass while I have it. She's a wet dream come true.
Chapter 11. Emily. I rub my temples as I slide into my car. I feel as if I'm hungover, but I haven't had a drink all weekend. This is what pure dehydration must feel like. I reach into my cup holder to fish out a loose stick of lip balm. I apply the mint-flavored ointment to my cracked, red, inflamed lips. Who knew so much sex, kissing, sucking, and licking would make my body react this way? The worst part? I don't even mind. I mean, I could go for some fluids right now, but other than that, I'm ready to go. Ethan is so sexy and amazing in the sack. God, I have been deprived of good sex for far too long. 3 years to be exact. I switch on the car and pull out to head home. It may be Monday, but I have to shower and change before I head in there. More like get my life together. I also just noticed that I'm absolutely starving. We were like dogs in heat. It was crazy and epic. Food was the last thing on our minds, but now that and water is all I want. At the moment, that is. My mind wanders back to Ethan and his godlike body. I can't believe I stayed the entire weekend. We were like rabbits, and now I don't know if 4 days is enough. No. 4 days is plenty. That way things stay heated. It lasts. And you have time to recover. I mean, look at you, girl. I peek into my rearview mirror. Yeah, I definitely need to regroup. I arrive at work at the same time as always. So far, so good. Nothing out of the ordinary. The office is its normal buzz, which allows me to continue about my day as usual. It's weird to think that so much happened here Friday, and none are the wiser. It makes me wonder what other things may happen here that no one knows about. I keep working on my project, trying to not think about anything besides work. I really do. But the memories keep rushing in. It would help if I stopped glancing up at Ethan's closed door. I can't help myself, and every time that I do, I feel myself start to sweat, and I can feel a buildup of heat between my legs. You're being so unprofessional. Get it together. He's a lay, nothing more. An exceptionally hot, practiced lay. I shake my thoughts out. My God, did I not get my fill after a whole weekend filled with nothing but our naked bodies? I was working directly under Ethan. My face heats instantly. I spin my chair to face Heather. Excuse me? How could she know? What gave it away? The project. I know you were busting your ass Friday night to fix issues. He's not writing you, is he? If only she knew. Oh no, he stayed to make sure all of the kinks got worked out. He stayed? That was nice of him. I would have thought he'd have left here to get himself some action. Heather teases, elbowing me playfully. I force out a dry laugh. Yeah, you'd think. I guess he wants this project to be top-notch. I'm scared that at any moment I'm going to give too much away. Why is this so hard right now? Probably because you can't stop thinking about banging your boss. That's good, though. Let me know if you need anything. I'm in review mode, so I have to take a mental break here and there to make sure I don't miss things. You know how it goes. I smile and laugh like I enjoy the light work jokes. Heather accepts my responses and meanders back to her area. I turn my full attention to the project and make it a point to not look up from anything until my stomach tells me it's time to eat. No more distractions. Finally, it's almost lunch. My stomach has been aggravating me for food for the last 30 minutes. I spin my chair around and stretch my back. Ethan's door opens and we catch each other's eye. Thankfully, I have finally pulled myself together. We say nothing, just as we would any other day. As he passes, I notice the fire in his eyes. It's faint and something only for me, but I see it right before he looks away. He's insatiable. I love it. Having sex with Ethan is like a liberation of sorts. He knows what he's doing, and he's damn good at it. The best part is, I don't have to worry about any forms of attachment with him. We have a clear deal, and all it entails is sleeping with each other wildly and staying mum about it. I go to grab something out of the machines, but remember that I need to pull a file from the archive room. Better do it before I forget, I mutter to myself as I head to the room. I look for the box with the label for the codes I'm looking for, and suddenly feel hands on my waist. I go to turn, but am held in place. Catching a scent of black lavender and woody vanilla mixed with a hint of spice, my mind clouds with desire. Jean-Paul Gaultier. It's Ethan's cologne. I relax. What are you doing here? He lets go, allowing me to turn and face him. His green eyes pierce into me as he flashes a grin. Instead of responding, he leans in and kisses me. My knees melt as my body aches for him to do that to the rest of me. I can feel a tingle spread between my thighs. You're so tempting in your work clothes. It makes me think of Friday night. So he has been having the same tempting thoughts as me today. Good to know. I feel powerful knowing that the hold he has on me is the same I have on him. My confidence soars. Oh, well, you better keep in line. I'm the boss here, I tease. Ooh, I like that. I've never had such a sexy boss. Ethan grabs my ass and squeezes it. I smack his hand with a manila folder. You better watch yourself. I'd rather watch you, he murmurs. You're new to this subordinate role. I make the rules, and you're at my beck and call, no matter the time. Got that? I smile coyly at him, but keep an eyebrow raised to insinuate firmness. He smirks in return and raises his hands. I'll do as you bid. That's more like it. You'll worship me. He steps closer to me and breathes in a husky voice. Sounds good to me, baby. Taking control, I grab his raised hand and lower it below my skirt. He takes the hint and snakes his fingers to my damp panties. Ethan lets out a lustful moan. I remove his hand. That's all you get for now. You'll have to wait. I have plans with friends tonight. Ethan pouts. I smile even bigger. He surrenders but then questions me. On a Monday? Are you already asking about my personal life, Mr. Reynolds? I can't help that I want you so bad. I step closer to him and whisper in his neck. You'll just have to be patient. Ethan chuckles and steps back, grinning. He continues to back out the door. I'm at your disposal, just like you want. He's gone. I shake my head. That man will be the death of me. Then again, dying on top of him doesn't sound like a bad way to go.
Chapter 12. Ethan. Getting in my car to head home for the day isn't as exciting as I hoped it would be. I really wanted Emily to take me up on my offer. I mean, who has plans with friends on a Monday night? Whatever. I can wait until she decides she has the time. I told her I was at her beck and call, and I meant it. That woman has me whipped in the best way. I will drop whatever if that means I get to slip inside of her and go at it like we did this weekend. I shudder at the thought. Heading home, I'm lost in thoughts of the sexual scenarios Emily and I might find ourselves in when my phone rings. Jesus Christ! I yell. It scares the hell out of me. I look at the screen and roll my eyes. Hello, Mother. Wait, what? Calm down. What happened? All I'm getting is hysterical crying mixed with nose blowing. It's your father, Ethan. She takes a deep breath and sniffles. He's in the hospital. I almost drop my phone as I flip a U-turn and head to her. I'll be there in a minute. Just hang on. I don't know if she even heard me. She was crying so hard. But Dad has to be okay, right? He's one of the healthiest people I know. How can he be in the hospital? I'm sure he's okay. Mother would have told me if it was worse. Right? In 14 minutes, I manage what is normally more than a 20-minute drive. I slide into the parking outside the ER and run inside. Rushing to the nursing station, I ask if there's a patient named Aaron Reynolds admitted. They scroll through the computer, but before they answer, I hear my name. Ethan! Ethan! I turn and see my mother running towards me, mascara running down her face, eyes puffy. Mom! She wraps me up in a tight squeeze. Oh, Ethan, thank God you're here. She finally releases me. She seems more stable than on the phone minutes ago. What's going on? Why is Dad here? Your father, well, he... She tears up, about to lose it again. Mom. She wipes her nose with a worn tissue. He had a heart attack. What? This isn't what I expect. How can he have a heart attack? He's young-ish and healthy. Is he? I can't even finish my sentence. I brought him in as soon as I could. That's all I know. I haven't had a chance to speak to anyone yet. We're going to change that right now. I put my arm around Mom's shoulders and hold her close. She keeps wiping and blowing her nose as I ask to speak to the doctor as soon as possible. After about 15 minutes, a young blonde man comes into the waiting room. Mrs. Reynolds? Yes? My mom jumps up. I stand as well. Reaching to shake the doctor's hand, I introduce myself. I'm Ethan Reynolds, Aaron's son. What's going on? I can feel Mom's clench tighten on my arm. Thankfully, your mother brought him in time. He suffered a minor heart attack. He's stable now, but needs to remain so. Can I take him home? Mother asks hopefully. I'm afraid not. Not right now, at least. Mom's mouth starts to quiver. I pat her hand and look back at the doctor. Okay, so what does he need then? The best thing for him right now is to recuperate and relax. Luckily, it was a minor one this time, but if he doesn't recover correctly and take it easy, the next one may endanger his life greatly. Can we see him? The doctor's eyes soften at my pitiful mother's request. Of course, he's awake now. Just try to avoid triggers for stress. He leads us to my father's room. We open the door and Mom instantly rushes to the side of his bed. Aaron, honey, I'm so glad you're okay. She sits beside him and kisses his cheek. He smiles at her and kisses her hand. Of course I'm okay. You can't get rid of me that easily. He spots me lingering in the doorway. Ethan, come in. I promise, I'm fine. I walk to the side of his bed and offer a half smile. I hate seeing him like this. My father is a man's man. I've never seen him cry, and he is always doing something. He eats better than most and exercises regularly. To see him lying in a hospital bed almost takes my breath away. I didn't realize until now that I always assumed he was invincible. He must notice my worried look. Don't worry about this. I told them I was good to go, but they're insisting I stay. You know how hospitals are. I think it's good they're keeping you here for tonight. Dad chuckles. You would, but you know I'll starve before I eat this hospital food. I can order takeout. We can all have dinner here with you. Does that sound all right? Yes, Mom answers for Dad. I smile and leave them alone as I call our food in. Everything is staying light and joyful until we are about done with our dinner. It's nice having you men in my life, but it'd be nice to have a woman to visit with over dinners like this. Wow, way to be passive-aggressive, Mother. I say nothing and just stuff the last bite into my mouth. I know what she's getting at. Geneva, Dad warns. I'm just saying, it would be nice to know that we had grandchildren to look forward to before we leave this earth, and that you were taken care of. I just worry about your sinful ways, Ethan. Can't a mother be worried? I want to storm out, but I don't need to upset my father in doing so. So I sit and listen to the well-rehearsed chorus of a distraught mother. Dad already tried by saying her name in a warning manner. Other than that, he lets Mom have her way. It just makes it worse when you interfere. I tried setting Ethan up with a nice girl from church. He promised he would go, but he has yet to make the date or give me a time. Mom picks at her food and pouts. Why don't you just give it a try? Dad coaxes. I can tell he wants to please Mom, and this is the only way to do so. I should be considerate knowing that he has to go home with her. I grab the empty tins and plates from the bed and toss them away. Fine, I promise I'll meet her. Mom claps her hands together, and Dad smiles at us both. Good, Dad says. And that is the end of the conversation. When he says it, it's a done deal. I finally am able to leave and am far beyond pleased about how the last half hour went. I want to call Emily, just to talk. It goes to voicemail. That's right. She's out for the night. I leave the hospital and roll my windows down. Why did I want to call her? It's not like she would want to listen to my personal issues and woes. We promised to not care about each other's personal lives anyway. I pull into my parking spot and let out a heavy sigh. I guess I just need to sleep this evening off. Ding. I grab my phone in hopes it's Emily. It's not. Mom just sent me the time and place for the date. Great, just great.
Chapter 13. Emily. In the 2 weeks of my friends with benefits non-relationship with Ethan, I feel like I've experienced more with him than in 3 years of a so-called relationship with Benjamin. I have nothing but praises, in bed and out of it. I don't know how a non-relationship is the healthiest relationship I've ever had, but it is. The only real downside is that our fun in the bedroom makes for some awkwardness in the office. Our benefits are a little more complicated than dental insurance and a 401k plan. When I'm in the office, I sometimes narrate my own personal tour in my head. And this is the supply closet where we screwed in the 15 minutes between meetings that one day. This is the office couch where he made me come 3 times, eating me out in one sitting. This is the desk where he did me doggy style after hours, after lusting after each other all day. I never knew sex could be like this. I never knew a relationship could be like this. We don't call it that, though. Not to constrain ourselves from becoming something else, but to have the freedom to be everything that we are. A relationship is so confining. What we have is liberation. I remember when he tapped me on the shoulder at the bar that night, after Rachel and Marissa decided that was the night we'd kick off Operation Rebound. Of course, I knew it was the spot where a lot of people in the office hang out after work, and I secretly hoped Ethan would be there. But when he came over to talk to me, even before I knew he was there, I couldn't believe it. I had always wanted to see if the chemistry I felt in the office was more than just boredom at a lack of visual stimulation in a bland office. But once he touched my leg at the bar, I knew it wasn't just my imagination. And the reality was better than what I ever imagined anyway. Want to go someplace a little more private, to know each other more intimately? I'll never forget those words that swept us off to the bathroom. There's no way I could have prepared for just how good it was. And it keeps getting better and better. Not just the sex, but everything. I'm continually amazed by just how much we get each other. After the first time, I worried all weekend about Monday. I was terrified I'd get fired. I dreaded him judging me or treating me differently. More than anything, I feared other people noticing. I realized I didn't have much to worry about when Heather pulled me aside and asked if I was looking around for another job because of how much it seemed like I hated him. Employees don't leave jobs, they leave managers, and you seem like you despise yours. After that, I realized I could let my guard down just a little. It hasn't affected our work relationship at all. Well, apart from inserting a little diversion, among other things, into the work days. Even his attitude toward it reflects just how much we see eye to eye. He sat me down on that first Monday after we made our arrangement and talked to me. Emily, listen, I want to establish now that if it starts affecting work at all, we can absolutely stop. I'll follow your lead. He wanted me to choose and held off saying how he felt about things because he knew his power in the situation could influence my actions. It's just one more aspect of the relationship that feels refreshing and liberating. I could maybe stand to be a little more careful at this point, just for my own sanity. It's hard to fight off my desire for him sometimes. When he does things that make my heart melt, it's practically impossible. Like today, This morning, Ethan comes in with coffee and donuts from the cafe across the street to thank us for all our hard work on the Fashion Week app, which is super high stress. I go over to the big cardboard coffee pitchers to fill up a cup, and Ethan taps me on the shoulder and shakes his head. No, Emily, not for you. At first, I'm ready to be annoyed with him for interfering with my coffee, and then, like a magician pulling a rabbit out of a hat, he shows me something he's hiding behind his back. It's my favorite coffee from a tiny shop that's all the way across town. He got me a macchiato, just the way I like it. It's a 30-minute drive to get there, even without the rush hour traffic. And he got it just for me. Oh, wow. Thank you so much, Ethan. That's so nice, I say, trying not to read too much into it, telling myself it's nothing more than what a nice boss would do for a project lead during crunch time. He holds onto my hand just a little bit too long, handing me the coffee. Then, when he walks toward the coffee boxes to pour his own cup, he brushes his hand against mine, then touches the back of his hand to my hip. There's a jolt that goes through me, and caffeine can't compare. If you bottled this feeling, it would be illegal. I clear my throat and chuckle, then roll my eyes and smile, letting him know that he's bad and also that I like it when he misbehaves a little. I can tell that he's fighting off the urge to take me into his office and shut the door for the rest of the day just as much as I am. Jillian, the office manager who wouldn't know the word subtle if she read it in the dictionary, suddenly shrieks. Everyone's eyes go to her. Emily! Oh my God! Ethan got you celestial coffee? What is that, cappuccino? She inspects my paper cup, and I almost spill it, keeping it away from her. My cheeks are burning hot. And in that moment, I'm grateful for my dark complexion that helps hide my embarrassment. Still, I'm digging my nails into my fingertips so hard, I'm afraid I'll draw blood. The rest of the office starts to chatter among themselves. The brown box stuff isn't good enough for our Emily, Ethan, Jackson in accounting says. You didn't even get yourself something, Ethan, Jillian says. I give Ethan a pleading look. Help. Hey, calm down, everyone. I was on that side of town anyway. And Jillian, if you must know, I had my special coffee in the car. He gives me a sympathetic smile. Look, Emily's been busting her ass on this app. You've all seen it. I owed her one already for helping me out of a tough spot when I had to leave early, so she gets a special coffee. Everyone grumbles, acknowledging he's right. You do all that, I promise. You'll get one too, he finishes, and that's the end of it. I heave a secret sigh of relief. Bullet dodged, but barely. As he leaves the break room on his way back to his office, he brushes past me again, and my heart flutters. You owe me one, baby, with interest. Can't wait to collect on it. My heart pounds like crazy. Does he want to give me a heart attack? God, the audacity. Where does he get the balls? Those things will be my downfall.
Chapter 14. Ethan. Today's been kind of an up and down day for me, emotionally. I could go out and enjoy my temporary highs, but I know that the moment that I go home, the lows will hit even more so. I don't want that. I want to be where I am happy and have the best chance of staying that way. I casually wait in the parking garage for Emily. Most people had gone, so I'm not worried about being caught loitering. Not only that, but why would anyone think anything of it? This is where we all park. I see Emily come into the area looking down at her phone. She nears her car and finally looks up. Shock is clear on her face. What are you doing here? I mosey over to her. You know, you should pay more attention when heading to your car. Parking garages can be a dangerous place for a beauty like you. She rolls her eyes and slides her phone into her bag, but not without a teasing smile. I thought that you went home early. I was waiting for you. She raises a questioning but seductive eyebrow at me. Are you the person I should be worried about? I chuckle. Who knows? I finished our quota for the week. Is that what you needed to know? You know it isn't. I'm here to claim the interest accrued from earlier. Emily flashes a coy smile. Oh? So soon? As soon as possible, have dinner with me. She looks taken aback for a moment. I don't want her to worry this is anything more, so I quickly explain. It's just as friends, nothing romantic. Just to hang out, that's all. Her eyes narrow. Has something happened? Why would you assume that? I feel as though she is seeing right through me. In all actuality, I just want to spend time with her. I don't want to be alone or with family, specifically because of my mom. Today is the death anniversary of my grandfather. We were very close. In fact, he was the only person who understood me. We had the same adventurous spirit. He was the one who taught me a lot about life and how to spend it living it to the fullest. That is, until a car accident took him away. But Emily doesn't need to know those things. She examines me again. Why else would you want to go out together? To enjoy good company, simply. Her face slightly relaxes. Okay, if this is how you want your interest collected. It is. Put your stuff away. Emily tosses her things in her car and shoves her keys into her purse. Where did you park? I give her a mischievous grin. Right over there. I point to my metallic finished indigo and chrome 2022 BMW R18B sitting a little way off. Or would you rather take your car? I look at Emily, whose eyes are undressing my bike. She lets out a low whistle. Now that's a bad boy's bike. She slowly walks over to it. We approach the bike, and she glides her hands over it. I grab the extra helmet I brought and raise it up. You game? She snags the helmet from my hand. Why would you even ask? Of course I am. She straps on the helmet. I do the same. Where do you want to go? What if we just grab some fast food and head to the beach? I know a secluded place, and that way we can just get some beers and hang out all by our lonesome selves, she suggests. The spark is back in her eyes. She's ready for a good time. I like that idea. I slide a leg over the bike and start it up. The engine is loud, especially in the parking garage. It vibrates my body. I look over at Emily. She is giddy with anticipation. Well, get on, she happily obliges. Her long legs make it easy for her to wiggle over, and she grabs me around the waist. Ready? I throttle it up and we take off. I can feel her excitement pulsating through my back. I love how much she is already enjoying the thrill of this. Taking advantage of her spirit coursing through me to match my own, I speed up. She giggles from behind me like a little schoolgirl. This is amazing. How fast does it go? Too fast for the legal limits to be on my side, I shout back against the wind. Now where's this beach you want to go to? Emily gives me the spot she has in mind. I know where that is. Okay, make sure you hold on because we'll take the long way. I can feel her body tighten as excitement takes hold even more. To go faster? I can't help but smile. Yes, to go faster. Maybe not max it out, but we can get close. We can get our dinner and beer after we have a little bit of fun. Sound like a plan? I look at her through the mirror on my bike. Her face says it all. She's more than ready. We take a turn off and head out of the limits of the city. It's nice to feel her not worry about anything while on the back of my bike. Her lightness is flowing through me, dampening the sorrow I had felt from earlier. Everything we do together seems to be infectious, and I want to feel that for as long as I can. We head out onto a straight stretch. The speed limit sign suggests 80. With a clear line ahead and dry road with no one on it, I take advantage and give her the onion. Hold on, I yell behind me. I feel Emily squeeze and I lean into the gas. I watch the speedometer jump to 100 miles per hour in just a short moment. I feel free and able to do anything. Emily lets out a woo-hoo and a couple of excited yells as we have the wind against our faces. I feel invincible being on the road like this, as if nothing else matters. I can tell Emily feels the same way. She's not scared one bit. Her face isn't buried in my back to hide from the biting wind. Instead, she's hanging on loosely and has her head straight up looking at the road and the landscape zipping past us. Her grin is just as contagious as the freedom of the open road. My mother always lectured me on my recklessness and how getting a bike was the worst thing that I could do. Besides not settling down, that is. The fact that I have a woman right now enjoying it as much as I do says more to me than anything. I have never had a person besides my late grandfather that I could share this with, knowing that they would enjoy this rush as much as I would. I assumed that Emily and I were just addicted to being in the sack together, but the more time I spend with her, the more I realize how much we have in common. Emily and I are much more compatible than I thought. I just don't know what to do with that realization yet.
Chapter 15. Emily. Ethan's bike is amazing. This ride is nothing like I have been on since, well, ever. I initially thought that it was strange that he wanted to hang out, but I'm glad I went along with it. The change of pace is refreshing, and it feels like we are literally friends with benefits. From the rom-com movies that I have seen, usually there's not much friendship going on. This is better than I thought it would be. We slow as we enter back into the city limits. Part of me is sad we can't just spend all night flying on his motorcycle. But then again, dusk is approaching, and maybe it's safer this way. I adjust my grip as he pulls into KFC. I'll go in and grab a bucket of chicken for dinner. He takes his helmet off and pops inside. Watching him, my sense that something is bothering him is back. It's not in how he's acting exactly, but something just seems a little off right now. He's always so cool and fluid, but his game isn't on point right now. It hasn't been all day, now that I think about it. If he wants to talk about it, then okay. I'm not his girlfriend, and definitely not going to pry it out of him. Besides, we promised to not interfere with each other's personal lives. He comes back out with a giant bucket and a handful of napkins. Ethan pushes the warm bucket between my thighs and smirks. "Keep these warm, would ya?" he teases. I play along and wriggle them closer to me. "Oh, I'm a well-known furnace, baby." He chuckles, and we head to the nearest gas station to pick up some beer to go along with our dinner. We rumble slowly along the beach I had requested until I spot the area I want. Right there. Ethan rolls into the abandoned dock and shuts off the bike. This is a great little spot. I don't know how I haven't noticed it before, he comments as he helps me off. We gather our makeshift picnic and head towards the warm sand. Not many people do, which is nice. My grandpa used to take me here to go fishing when I was in high school. We never caught anything, but that never stopped us from having a good time. I laugh at the memory as I take a seat. Ethan has gone quiet. I notice his face looks more morose suddenly. "What's up?" He sits beside me and opens a beer. "Nothing. I just had a thought about my own grandpa." "Did you guys not get along?" "No, the complete opposite." A smile comes back to Ethan's countenance. "We never went fishing. We were more of the extremist type. Definitely not able to sit still for hours on end." "So that's where you get it from," I reply sarcastically, not that I know anything about his family. I grab some chicken and toss a leg to Ethan. We cheers to our grandfathers and continue sharing stories. I tell a few here and there. Ethan listens attentively, even to my mundane ones. Finally, I end with a lesson. Mine mainly taught me patience. I don't know if it sounds sad, but he was my best friend. Don't get me wrong, I love my parents. But my grandpa and I had a special bond, and we made sure to make the most of it. I take a swig from my bottle. The sunset and waves crashing almost make it easier to talk about everything. As if none of it's real, and no one will ever judge you for speaking your truth. It's soothing. It seems to have the same effect on Ethan. That's not sad at all. I completely get it. I did everything with my grandpa. He taught me how to live with no fear. My parents hate that, of course, specifically my mother, but it was the best thing I ever learned. This soft side of Ethan is new. He's sharing things that help me understand him better. I want to know more. What kind of things did you and your grandpa get into? It sounds like a start to some good stories. Oh, it is. He laughs. I got into some trouble. There's no doubt about it, but totally worth it. He sounds like every teenage boy I have ever known. Years have flown off of him. Tell me some, I prod. He does. Ethan wasn't kidding when he said they had a wild side. The stories are filled with mishaps but amazing memories. I can tell that he cherishes all of them. His face and tone speak more than his words do. We are almost done with the food, as he tells me one of his favorites. One time I broke my leg trying to ride a bull. My grandpa was a bull rider from Texas, so I thought I needed to be one too. Dumb idea. I did not last long, but the rush was incomparable. I only did it once. My leg was almost completely shattered. Thankfully, he was there and helped me out when I fell. We both laughed at his memory. I was a copycat of anything and everything he did. I wanted to be just like him. I bet you looked good in that cowboy attire, I joke. I'm trying to picture him in anything but his normal work suits and casual going-out clothes. He lets out a sarcastic laugh. No, definitely not. I elbow him. Oh, give yourself more credit. Ethan reacts by tickling my sides. I promise I don't. I didn't realize how ticklish I am. I jerk and laugh uncontrollably. Ethan finds it amusing and takes advantage of the situation. He tickles me even more, and I am rendered defenseless as I collapse onto the sand. Ethan laughs at my reactions as we roll around, getting sand everywhere. I can't escape him and eventually lose my breath from laughing so hard. Tears are rolling down my eyes, and Ethan is laughing just as hard. He finally relents and lets me catch my breath. I stay laying down in the sand and roll onto my back. Ethan lays beside me. I glance at him out of the corner of my eye. I have never enjoyed myself like this before, especially in the presence of a man. I didn't know it would or could feel like this. Maybe it's because there's no romance tied to it. Relationships are sticky, and friendships don't have to be. I'm beginning to enjoy our friends with the benefits deal more and more. Ethan looks over at me, catching me staring at him. I turn away immediately. My heart starts pounding. I hope to God that he can't hear it. I don't know how he can't. It's thundering in my ears now. I play it off like it was the last bit of adrenaline from our rollabout. I look up at the starlit sky and slow my breathing down. I feel his gaze return to it as well. We sit in comfortable silence for a moment. Do you think that your grandfather is up there? I'm caught off guard by his question, even more so by the sincerity and emotion in it. I roll over onto my elbow and face him. He is keeping his stare locked onto the night sky. I sit up and gaze at his distant look as he remains lying down. His jaw is set and eyes are pensive. I know something is up. It's time he spills. Seriously, did something happen?
Chapter 16. Ethan. I look a little longer at the sky, putting off Emily's question. Finally, I let my eyes take in her concerned face. She's so damn beautiful, even in the falling darkness. Her blue eyes capture all the light that is left. Her oval face is framed perfectly by her loose chestnut hair. Everything about her stands out without her even trying. I've always recognized her beauty, but right now it seems to overpower me. Even though the memories linked with this day have been absolutely horrible, she's made it better. I've never enjoyed the non-sexual part of being with a woman so much. Sure, I've slept with a lot of them, but none made me want to share anything personal with them. It's still hard, even now with Emily, but I want to. She's still waiting for my answer, but before saying anything, I just want her gorgeous body and persona closer to me. I grab her arm and slink my other hand around her waist, pulling her down beside me so her head rests on my chest. There's no struggle or irritation from her. She simply lays with me and rests her head and hand on my slow-breathing chest. I become more relaxed with her lying with me. I decide now that I can open up since she's not staring intensely into my soul. Putting my right hand behind my head, I entangle my fingers into her curly hair. Today's the anniversary of my grandfather's death. I feel her breath hold for a second, but she remains silent. I miss him a lot, and every year this is a tough day for me. Here comes the hard part. It's my fault he's not here anymore. Emily stays on my chest but intervenes in the conversation. I'm sorry, Ethan. Those are never good days, but why would you think that? I'm sure that's not the case. My throat starts to tighten as I push back the tears and memory of that last night together. I've never really talked about it, but I want Emily to understand, to know me better. We both have shared a lot. It is my fault, though. I don't like to think or talk about it, but it is. If you want, you can tell me. It might help to actually talk about it. I'm no therapist, but I certainly won't hold any judgment. You say that. I mean it. I feel her hand tighten around my shirt as she declares her truth. I take a deep breath to steady my voice. I had just learned how to drive. I was really excited and couldn't wait to take my grandpa out on one of our wild adventures. He was thrilled for me as well. It was an older car that he had gotten me for cheap from someone he knew. It was nothing special, but it was the best gift ever to me. Grandpa tossed me the keys, and he jumped in the passenger seat. We hit the road, and it was amazing. Windows down, radio up, and us laughing and going wherever the road led us. These memories are the good ones. I smile talking about it. The next part is the thing I don't want to say. I clear my throat. I wanted to go faster. I wanted to give us the thrill that he always gave me. It seemed safe enough. I sped up and started cruising. I felt invincible, especially with him by my side. Before I knew it, there was an unmarked turn in the road that was sudden and sharp. No fence, no anything. I couldn't turn fast enough, and the next thing I knew, I was heading towards a lone tree. I tried to correct and turn so we wouldn't hit it dead on, but it was too late. I turned enough to throw the car straight into the side of it. Instead of hitting it straight on, it hit the passenger side with all of that momentum. I swallowed back the slow burn of guilt and tears. It killed him instantly. Emily stays still and silent. Even the waves seem to have stopped their continuous crashing. I quietly keep swallowing to push back my emotions. I'm scared that she thinks less of me. I've never worried about that before. Then, I feel her body scoot closer to me. It feels like warm relief slowly covering my body. I hold her a little tighter. It feels good to have someone, specifically her, around. After a moment, she breaks the silence. Why are you here then instead of with your family? I grimace at the thought. Valid question, but it's because she doesn't know them. My mother has been nagging me more than usual. I've been trying to put up with it, but I knew I wouldn't be able to deal with it today. What has she been nagging you about? I don't really want to tell Emily the details about the lovely conversations my mother likes to drag me through about needing to settle down and get married. Plus, she's had enough family drama from me for one night. Oh, just some family matters mostly. Nothing out of the ordinary, just not in the mood for it. Thankfully, she doesn't push, and we fall back into a comfortable silence. I continue stroking her jasmine-scented hair. Have you visited the cemetery today? My hand stops in mid-caress. No? I always visit my grandparents' graveyard. It helps more than you would think. Where's your grandfather buried? Just a few miles from here, actually. It's the Harlington Cemetery. You know, the famous one for kids and ghosts, just outside the city. I let out a small laugh to lighten the mood. Emily suddenly jumps up and reaches for my hands. Come on, get up. She pulls me to my feet. I dust the sand off. She's picking up our trash and heading to the bike. Where are you going? She spins around. We are going to visit your grandfather. Now. She grabs her helmet and waits for me. I stare at her for a minute before heading over to her. We don't need to go over there. I can just take you home if you want. In all honesty, I have never tried to do what she is suggesting. I've just dealt with my grief and guilt alone. I definitely haven't talked to my grandpa's grave about it. Oh, stop. We're going. It's a strongly advised suggestion. She shoves my helmet at me and shoots me a charming grin. I take it from her and can't help but smile in return. You're a brat, you know that? She shrugs, pleased that she won. I know. I chuckle and throw my leg over the bike, revving it to life. She hops on the back and we take off into the night to go talk to my grandpa's ghost.
Chapter 17. Emily. The night air feels refreshing against my skin as we drive leisurely toward the outskirts of town. Ethan and I have told each other a lot of personal things tonight. He trusted me enough to share something obviously very hard for him. I don't want to brush that kind of trust off. That's why I think this is the next best thing for him to do. I hope he gets something out of it. Anything, really. I listen to the monotonous rumble of the motorcycle. The adrenaline of earlier is gone and replaced with a calming allure of night-held promises. I close my eyes and breathe it all in. It doesn't take too long to get to the cemetery. The bike lulls to a stop. I jump off and remove the helmet. Come on. Ethan looks skeptical. It's already dark out. So, there might be ghosts. I laugh. I think he's joking, but one look back at him suggests he's not. I would have never, ever thought Ethan Reynolds would be one to believe in ghosts, on top of being scared of them. I choke back my amusement and grab his hand. It's fine. I don't believe in them. Besides, if there are any, it will only be your grandpa's, and you know nothing bad will happen. Ethan reluctantly lets me guide him further into the cemetery. Okay, where's he buried? I ask. This way. He gestures far off and hesitantly takes the lead. I'm still in awe that he is visibly shaken by the thought of ghosts. So, ghosts scare you, huh? I just find it all too amusing that I can't let it go. There has to be a story here. No, they don't, he retorts. I'm glad he's ahead of me so he can't catch me trying my best to not laugh. Then a thought occurs to me, and I sober. He's not nervous about ghosts. He's nervous about facing his grandfather, even if it's only a one-sided conversation. We approach a headstone that has the name William Lorre across it. Ethan comes to a stop and stares down at it. Is this him? I ask quietly. He only nods. I can tell this is hard for him, probably even awkward. I look around and spot some wildflowers growing nearby. I walk over and pluck some to make a small little bouquet. Ethan is still standing in silence when I come back. I place the arrangement near the base of the headstone and stand back up behind Ethan. I want him to feel like it's just him and his grandpa. After a moment, I speak. It's good you're here. It's important to visit them, especially during their anniversary so they know we haven't forgotten them. Who told you that? My grandmother. He doesn't say anything to that. It's true. She taught me more about spirituality than any faith ever could. It's how I stay close to them. If Ethan is holding on to the past, this is the best thing for him and the most connected he will feel to his grandpa. That's what I believe anyway. Still staring in silence at the grave, I prod him. Talk to him. I feel awkward. He shuffles his feet, casting his gaze down. Just try. Ethan clears his throat a couple of times before finally trying to say something. Hey, Gramps. I don't really know what to say here. He goes quiet for a moment, but continues. Sorry that it took so long for me to come visit. I don't want you to think I'd ever forget. You know I never could. I stay quiet. I can tell Ethan feels vulnerable, but he's finding his voice. We had some good times, didn't we? I was just reminiscing about them with a very important friend of mine. She's the one who suggested I come and talk with you. My heart skips a beat, then takes off racing. I feel my face heat up, thankful that there's no full moon to illuminate my shock. Ethan keeps talking about his memories of their ventures together, and even catches him up on current events. I'm still distracted by how he introduced me to the most important person in his life. Does he not know how misleading that is? Why was I included at all? It could have been easily left out, but even in his current event catch-up, he mentions things about us and names me again as his important friend. I'm trying to not think too much of it, but it's just so out of the blue. Maybe he just feels closer to me now given what we have shared is all. He doesn't sound too terribly close to the rest of his family, so maybe that's all it is. That has to be it. I'm being an idiot for thinking it means anything more. I'm just a friend, that's it. A confidant, just like he is to me. Nothing more, nothing less. I calm my inner monologue down to a dull roar as Ethan continues visiting with his grandpa. After 20 minutes or so, he wraps his thoughts up by kissing his hand and touching it to the headstone. I'm touched by his gesture. Ethan turns to me, even in the darkness. His tension is visibly lifted, and his eyes are glassy. There's a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Thank you, Emily. I needed that more than I knew. I smile at his gratitude. You did great, and now you know how easy it is whenever you feel empty without him. Just come here. We make our way back to his bike in a peaceful silence. Right before we get to it, we hear a whistle from the right side where there's no one, just graves. The noise scares me more than I care to admit. It came from nowhere. I instinctively grab onto Ethan. What's that? Ethan's face pales as he looks at me. Suddenly we hear footsteps. I narrow my eyes towards the sound and see a dark silhouette standing up from behind the graves. It's like we have been thrown right into a horror movie. I scream, causing Ethan to jump and take off. He grabs my hand and basically drags me behind him as we race away from the ghouls. Sorry. I stop. Ghouls don't apologize or sound like high school boys. My abruptness halts Ethan as well. I turn to look back at the monster. It's a group of kids coming into view as they take off. It was just a prank, they yell behind them. My only reaction is to flip the delinquents off for scaring the hell out of us. I look at Ethan, who seems relieved at the sight of kids. He abruptly doubles over in laughter. The adrenaline and situation hit me all at once, and I burst into a joining hilarity. Tears are running down our cheeks. I finally catch my breath enough to stand, as does Ethan. Oh my God, we are dumbasses, he sighs. We both calm down and look at each other, smiling. Our gazes lock with one another. His green eyes hold me motionless. This is the most fun I've had in a long time, possibly ever. I blink at his surprised confession, feeling a heated flush fill my cheeks for the third time this night. Me too.
Chapter 18. Ethan. I shuffle through my morning slowly for once. It's Saturday, and honestly, I have no desire to go anywhere or do anything today, especially go out. It's not that I'm exhausted. Actually, after last night's therapy session with Emily, I had the best sleep I've had in a long-ass time. Talking about my grandpa, then to him, lifted a weight off of me that I didn't even know was really there. All I feel motivated to do is to watch Netflix or catch up on some reading. It's been a while since I've just been able to be alone with my thoughts. The change is nice. Instead of feeling antsy and impatient, I'm looking forward to relaxing. I would rather be spending this day with Emily, but I know that's not going to happen. Her and I have an agreement, and hanging out really isn't in it. I also saw her last night, so I don't really know what that counts towards. It might be one of my 4 days for the week, even if we didn't have sex. I'm not quite sure how the math works. We've spent a lot of time together lately. Not just having sex, but like sharing stuff. So asking her to hang out today would be a stretch, right? I finally decide to shower after I finish a pot of coffee. The warm water feels good on my muscles. I stand in there longer than needed, but since there's no agenda to the day, I don't see any reason to rush. I shave and throw on some casual clothes, realizing that I don't really have any lounge attire to just lay around the house in. Flipping on the TV, I kick my feet up and prepare to have a marathon of some sort of show. There's a rapid knocking at my door. Jesus, I grumble, closing the recliner to get up and see who it is. I don't think it's my mother, but she's the only one I know that feels the need to constantly check in on me. Better get this over with, I mumble, opening the door. Hey, loser! What the hell have you been doing? Jake greets as he pushes his scrawny body past me. Why are you dressed like a bum? Is that what the chicks are going for now? Or have you just decided to give us all a chance for once? Mason mocks me. His bodybuilder body chest bumps into me, throwing me off balance. I shut the door and turn to face them as they make themselves at home. I love my buddies. They're a great time. I just don't feel the social bug today, so now I'm trying to not be annoyed that they are here. Hey guys, what you got going on today? Coming to save you from yourself, obviously. Jake sneers jokingly. We haven't hung out in, forever. We were worried about you, man. It's not like you to leave us high and dry. Yeah, unless you're causing a hottie to get low and wet. Mason winks as he grabs beer from the fridge. He tosses one to Jake and offers one to me. I reluctantly take it, knowing it's simply easier if I do. So, what's the deal? What's going on with you? Mason asks. Nothing. I grab a seat on the couch and twist off the cap. They both stare at me, waiting for more of an explanation. I just don't feel in the mood to party. Someone would have thought I told them I was dying. Their mouths drop in shock. I shrug my shoulders at their reactions. It was the anniversary of my grandpa's death the other day, and I just haven't felt up to it. That's never stopped you before. I think I know what's going on, Jake chimes in. He's seeing someone. Mason rolls his eyes. He's always seeing someone. Jake jumps from the chair and starts to wander around the house. What are you doing? I call after him. I'm going through your house. I think you've gotten serious with someone. That's what this is all about. There's evidence in your bathroom or bedroom if so. What? No! Now I know you've lost your mind, I huff. I can't help but follow Jake around as he scans my place. Ethan, are you in love? Mason taunts. Shut the hell up. None of you know what you're talking about. Just because I don't want to party doesn't mean I'm tied down or seeing anyone, I say, maybe a little too strongly. I know it's not true, but for some reason my heart feels uncomfortable. Like I've been caught, even though I have done nothing. What the hell is wrong with me? I stop following Jake around, realizing it's more suspicious if I trail him. Maybe I should go out with him. I'm not sure how to handle this strange feeling I'm having at these accusations, which are obviously false. If I meet some girls, maybe it'll distract me enough to stop focusing on Emily. Too much focus on one person is no good. My reaction to their false theories is enough to prove that. I find no evidence, but that doesn't mean anything, Jake announces as he comes out of the bathroom. I throw on my jacket. Are we going or what? The two high-five and out the door we go. We get to the usual bar and grab our drinks. I look around and notice there's a birthday party going on. Mason elbows me and points to the birthday girl in her pink tiara. I grimace. It's Brittany. She was one of my hookups and not the greatest. She has an ego worse than me and thinks she's the queen bee. I already want to go home. Ethan! She's already spotted me. Mason and Jake elbow me and herd me over to the group of drunk, giggling girls. I know this is the type of night that they are all looking for besides me. It would definitely be my usual, but right now I don't want to be anywhere near here. I reluctantly take a seat in between my boys, hoping it will allow me to be overlooked. It works for a moment, but soon Brittany, her platinum blonde hair, and her pink boa find me. You look lonely. I don't respond, but she's too drunk to care. Music is blasting from the speakers, and she decides that what is playing is now her stripper song. Brittany's friends are hanging on to Jake and Mason, and shots are being fed to each other. With everyone else being occupied, Brittany thinks I need a lap dance, which I definitely do not. She does, or tries to do, her thing. It does nothing for me. I couldn't be limper if it was my mom grinding on me. I try to stay, for my friends, and so as to not embarrass her in front of hers. But soon I can't stand it anymore. She's not even halfway done with the song before I push her away, mumbling an excuse. I head to the bar and get another drink. I feel bad for doing that, or do I feel bad for being here? I can't tell. Looking over at my friends, I notice they're still doing their thing, unfazed by what just happened, thankfully. I don't need any more questions. I snag someone's shot and throw it back. I need to just try and enjoy myself. I watch the group as I down my ordered drink. Screw this. I slip out the door, no one the wiser. I just want to go home and sleep. At least that would make Monday get here faster.
Chapter 19. Emily. I like that you went a little wild with the color today, Rachel comments, pointing at my nails. Thanks. I figured a change up from the norm wasn't a bad thing. I look at the metallic indigo color that contrasts my dark skin tone. It brings a smile to my face. I usually go with neutrals, but while we were at the salon, the color called to me. It reminded me of Ethan's motorcycle. Marissa, Rachel, and I sit down at our restaurant table for some lunch and mimosas. It's been a chill weekend so far. I'm glad to have a little time to hang out with my girls. We got our nails done, and now for our regular ritual since I've become single mimosas, and lunch to catch up on the week-long shenanigans. Compared to normal, I have to admit I'm a little distracted. My mind has been wandering over to thoughts of Ethan since Friday night. I glance at my nails again as our food is served. If the girls knew why I got this color, they would not be congratulating me for going outside of my comfort zone. Instead, they would be giving me hell for being hooked on a guy, which is absolutely not the case. It's just a pretty color and linked to a fun-filled night. So, I commemorated it. Speaking of Ethan, I wonder what he's up to today. Maybe he's out with some friends himself, or maybe just hanging at home. Ye right. Ethan's not one to have a relaxing day. I think back to Friday night, and my head fills with his laughter. It's replayed over and over in my head since then. He has such a contagious, fun spirit when he lets loose. He's funny and enjoyable to be with. Who knew he was such a breath of fresh air? I pick absent-mindedly at my food as Marissa and Rachel talk about their Friday night prowlings. I listen, but I circle back to Ethan. Their talks make me think about how good the sex is with him. It's actually phenomenal, but it's more than that. He's more than that. I down my mimosa. I don't want to think about that. I don't want to make this more than it is just because I'm finally having a good lay. All that really needs to happen is us screwing each other's brains out. That way, he's out of my system, and we both can continue on with our lives. Simple as that. What's on your mind? Rachel asks. I realize that I haven't taken a bite of my food, and they both have stopped talking. They stare at me, waiting for my answer. Nothing. Don't give us that. You're slamming drinks and playing with your food. Are you thinking about your last hookup? Marissa teases. What? No, absolutely not. The denials may have been too strong. They both smirk at each other, raising eyebrows. Seriously, guys, it was just okay. I'm just more thirsty than I am hungry. Aren't we all, honey? Rachel says as her and Marissa cheer their mimosas. I'm a fool to think they are dropping it that easily. I still don't believe you, Marissa states. You usually tell us all about it, and you haven't told us anything on that lay, no matter how much we have asked. I shrug and raise my glass to the waiter. Like I said, there's nothing great to report. That means you want to keep him to yourself. A quiet lay is the best lay. Rachel winks. Seriously, guys, it was what it was. I don't even remember enough to tell you anything. I busy myself with sipping from my newly filled glass. Sure, we're not letting this go. We know you better than that. We won't judge, promise. We are just glad Benjamin is well worked out of your system. They laugh and I force a smile, but it doesn't feel like a laughing matter. Why am I being so protective about Ethan? Who would they tell or what would they care? I suddenly get my answer to the first. Oh my gosh, you have to look at this. Rachel has her phone out and scoots closer to Marissa and I to show us a video. What are we looking at? I ask. Okay, so last night this guy I follow, Mason I believe, posted this video of them on Instagram. Who's Mason? Marissa questions. Someone I know. Or slept with? Marissa prods. It doesn't matter. But look, he's buddies with your boss, Emmy. My heart leaps into my throat. I become very interested in what I'm about to be shown. Rachel restarts the video, and it shows a group of good-looking girls drunk and trying to dance sexy. It's hard to make out at first. It seems pretty grainy. I squint my eyes and start to make out the video better. There are two guys doing shots off some of their tits and another one getting a very provocative lap dance. More like a grinding session. Oh my God. It's Ethan. He's getting the lap dance? My stomach instantly ties in knots as I watch this blonde bimbo throw herself and all of her assets into Ethan's face and groin. There's absolutely no class to it. In fact, all the girls look like sleazy little whores. I see the blonde lean in suddenly. It's hard to tell, but is he? Is he kissing her? I want to throw up instantly. I'm so glad I haven't eaten yet. Here I am wondering what that douchebag is doing and how his weekend has been when all along he was living his best life, whoring it up at the bar with some blonde, fake tanned slut. Grinding his overly excited groin on some tramp's barely covered crotch. The sickness fades, and anger burns into my chest and gut. What the actual hell? I know I shouldn't feel bad or be angry, but it feels like I'm having my heart squeezed until it's about to explode. The mix of emotions I am having are only confusing me more. I have to get out of here. I'm too easy to read right now, and I can't handle this. Are you okay? I look up and see them both staring at me again instead of the phone. You look pale. Are you ill? I shake my head. Throwing some cash on the table, I finish my mimosa and stand. I just need to get home. It just hit me that I have some things not finished for tomorrow's deadline. They're due first thing in the morning for a meeting. This video made you think of work? I offer a false laugh with a shaky smile. Yeah, seeing my boss reminded me I have some things to get done so I don't get sidelined for it. Good thing you showed us. I offer a wave as I hastily leave. They look confused and worried, but let me escape. I'll call them later. I don't care if they don't believe me right now, but I was being truthful about one thing. I'm sure glad Rachel showed me that video. As much as a hit to reality hurts for some unknown reason, I sure as hell needed it. Screw Ethan.
Chapter 20. Ethan. I never thought that I would be the one to say this, but thank God it's Monday. Sunday seemed to drag on forever. Thankfully, my buddies left me alone, and I had the peace I wanted that day. They were probably nursing their hangovers and shooting themselves up with penicillin based on how I left them Saturday night. Amateurs. I get out of the shower whistling and smack on some of my cologne. I lightly style my hair and pick a suit out that I know Emily will think I look dashing in. Well, I assume she will, given the look she gives me when I'm in it. I straighten my emerald tie and do a finishing tousle on my dark hair. The tie makes my eyes almost glow, especially against my darker features. Looking at myself being giddy, I end up grimacing. I'm happy about going to work on a Monday, and I had no desire to go out this weekend. This is not the Ethan I know, or anybody does. And it's all because of Emily. I'm smart enough to know that I'm not falling for her, but it still bewilders me as to why she makes me this happy. It's the amazingly hot sex we have. She creates a euphoric high that I can't get enough of. And that body she taunts me with around the office. I shrug and accept that as the sole reason for this feeling. Traffic is slow getting to work. Apparently no one else is as eager as I am. But then again, no one's getting laid by their subordinate like I am. Hell, I don't even know who's having sex in the way we are. My pants tighten and show some bulge. I need to stop letting my mind go like that. I stroll into the office and spot Emily walking from the coffee station in the back room. My heart picks up a little, and my groin tenses. Damn, that woman is fine. No one wears office clothes like her. As I approach, I go to greet her for the morning, but she avoids me. No, wrong word. She ignores me. I may as well not even be there. No eye contact. Nothing. I let it go and head to my office, trying to deny the fact that I'm disappointed. Maybe she's just in a bad mood. It happens to everyone. I send her a text a little later to see how her weekend went. No response. I try calling her line. Voicemail. I actually come out of my office and go to talk to her. Maybe a face-to-face is what will work. She's probably busy with projects. I get to her desk. Hey, Em. She stands up, barely looks at me, then walks away. On any other day, I may take this as teasing, but her tense, angry energy tells me differently. Okay, so I'm not paranoid. She's pissed off about something. I haven't even talked to her since Friday, so it can't be something I did. So what the hell? Why am I the one getting the cold shoulder? This continues all afternoon, unfortunately. It even goes so far that if I enter the copy room, or any room for that matter, while she is there, she'll leave the area, even if there are other people around. It's pissing me off in all honesty. I'm going to handle this and figure out what in God's name is going on. If it's the last thing I do, I have now made it my only mission. I just have to wait until she can't evade me, and I can confront her without causing suspicion. The end of the day finally rears its long-awaited head. I have my stuff gathered and ready to go. All I have to do is wait for Emily to head to her car. I see her through my window grabbing her purse and bag as she logs off for the day. Game time. I lag behind as I follow her to the parking garage, trying to shrug off the stalker vibes I'm giving myself. She has her back to me, unlocking her vehicle as I approach. What's going on with you? She jumps a little and spins. When she sees it's me, all I receive are daggers. She turns back around. Emily, why are you avoiding me? Did I miss something here? Her car unlocks. She throws her crap in and spins around violently, getting right in my face. I stand my ground. We're at work, she hisses. We can't talk like this or be seen with you coming after me when we leave. It's not professional and it goes against our rules. I can tell she's not just upset. She is furious, and it's all directed at me. I'm beyond confused now. I didn't drink near enough to black out anything I could have done or said to her. I never even called or texted this weekend. I insert myself between her and her car. Okay, first of all, there's no one around, so unwind your panties. Secondly, what's the harm in saying hi back to me when I say it to you? We do that normally anyway. So again, what the hell is wrong with you today? I could have said it nicer, but her shortness with me in plain avoidance has gone and pissed me off. Looks like we're even. Emily is practically shaking. Get the hell out of my way! She goes to elbow past me, but I grab her hands and arms, locking them to her sides. Stop being such a wildcat and talk to me. No! She keeps struggling as I hold her in place. I spot a couple of our coworkers coming down into view. Emily sees my eyes locked behind her and she turns. The coworkers are talking amongst themselves. They head over near us and Emily drops to the ground, taking me with her. Both of us stay quiet as we hear them pass, oblivious to us hunkering beside her car. "You need to stop harassing me," she whispers. "Harassing you? I'm not harassing you, Emily. I'm trying to figure out what is going on and why you are so mad. You're the one who went all psycho just now," I correct. She glares at me in angry silence until we hear the cars leave. We stand back up. She dusts herself off, pulling out of my grip. "You really want to know?" she spits. "Why the hell else would I be asking?" I snap back. "I'm not leaving until you tell me something that makes sense. I deserve that, and you know it." "Shh," she exhales hard. I let her open the door to her car as I wait. I may want an answer, but I'm not one to hold a girl against her will. I will, however, place my body between the car and the door to keep it from shutting. This way, she can't just drive off. Emily slides in and unlocks the passenger side. She keeps her eyes out front, but finally answers me. "Fine. Get in the damn car."
Chapter 21. Emily. The drive is an unconformable, strained silence. I am more furious than I care to admit with Ethan. I don't even know why I'm giving him the chance to hear this out. He's quiet as well, though. He seems to be deep in thought. Either that or he has finally realized that it is pointless to talk me out of this mood I'm in. Just wait until he hears my decision to go along with it. Serves him right. I hate that I'm mad at him for what he did, but that's why I have to do this. It means I'm too involved and started to daydream about things without realizing it until I saw the video. We pull up to my place, and I shut off the car. We both remain quiet. I don't want to invite him in. If I did, it would only give him the chance to either tempt me into sleeping with him or somehow encroach on my life even more than I have already allowed. I ready myself to tell him what I have carefully decided. I take a deep breath but keep my eyes ahead. I don't trust myself to look at him right now, especially in the suit and tie he picked for today. Of course, of all days, today has to be the time he looks the sexiest, it seems like. Our relationship is over. What? I give in and look at him. That didn't take long. Our arrangement of the friends with benefits deal is done. It's over. I don't want to do this anymore. I can't let him know that this isn't something I don't want to have to do. I'm just afraid that if I don't do it now, he'll take more than just my body. And that wasn't the plan. It's not what I want. Not now. I already don't like how protective I am over him, so this has to end here. For both of our sakes. We can't have freedom this way. I'm too emotionally attached right now. His green eyes seem to cloud over with a touch of blue. He is shocked, I can tell. "Why?" is all he asks. Now, for the part I had rehearsed. We had an agreement that there would be no questions asked if one of us was to null and void this contract. It's as simple as that. I go to get out of my car, but Ethan reaches quickly for my arm. It's not a forceful hold, but more of a lingering hand to make me wait. I am halfway out of my car and look back at him. I can't do this. I need to get out now. I continue to leave, but his fingers wrap around my arm and pull me back into my seat. I don't fight much and plop back in, annoyed at myself for not ripping away. "Tell me," he pleads. "No, let go, Ethan. We had a deal and that's all there is to it. Don't make this harder than it should be." "I need to know. I'm not letting go until you give me a reason. This is all so sudden. I should at least have the right to know what I did wrong. Are you really okay with this? Why are you acting like I am breaking up with you?" "I'm not." "But can you blame me? We have a great time. We have amazing sex, and now you act as if I'm the devil who's wronged you in some horrid way. Why so fast? What is it you're really doing here?" "I'm protecting myself from falling for you and getting hurt all over again. I need my freedom." Of course, I don't say that. I just flip it back onto him. "What am I doing?" What are you doing, Ethan? You're acting like this was an actual relationship, and I'm breaking up with you. He looks me straight in the eyes, as if he can see what truths I'm keeping from him in my soul. I look away. What we have is good, Em. You know that. We are compatible with each other and want the same things. Well, usually. That's why I am so confused right now. We have been nothing but open with each other about needs and expectations, and now you shut me out and cut me off. I hate that he's right. It's screwing up my plan. We like each other and are happy with what we have. It works for us. So tell me, is it that you're unsatisfied with me? What did I do? I bite my lip, unable to deal with his honesty and my emotions. I gather some control and turn back to face his soul-searching stare. I need to hang on to the anger I have if I'm going to get through this. You know what you did. You're the one who broke our agreement, not me. Ethan has the audacity to appear truly shocked. Excuse me? Excuse you is right. First, you went around and slept with someone after we clearly made that a no-no for both of us. And now you are trying to stop me from severing this arrangement, which is another no-no. Ethan slowly sits back in the seat and lets my arm go, visibly disordered by what I have just said. I'm confused. When did I supposedly sleep with someone? Besides you, that is. He cracks his knuckles and runs them through his hair as he pretends to not know what I'm talking about. Oh, don't act like you don't know. Just stop lying. I saw the video of you at the bar on Friday. I saw the special treatment you received. There's no way in hell you didn't sleep with someone that night. The disdain and disgust are clear in my tone. I don't care. What bar? He asks. I roll my eyes. Club, bar, what does it matter? Look who's such a good actor suddenly. Enough, Ethan. I'm not a floozy that you can bat those eyes at and think I am going to believe whatever you say. Give me more credit than that. Ethan rubs his eyes, then runs his hand back through his dark hair again. He freezes as if he remembers something. Good. He knows he's caught. Instead of more lies or admittance, a smile creeps across his lips, and he looks up at me. The bastard looks amused. I ought to smack him in the face. I cross my arms and give him a disapproving look. Is it his goal to make me angrier? Is something funny to you? Are you jealous, Emily?
Chapter 22. Ethan. I can't help but enjoy this moment. I know I'm in hot water and she's beyond pissed off at me, but is this all really because she's jealous? If so, it makes me indescribably happy. It's childish, I know, but the fact that it's causing her to hate me and want to end things makes me think that maybe she wants this more than she's letting on. That's fine by me. I do too. I just hope her pride doesn't get in the way and end the good thing that we have going here. That's the only downfall. Emily is sitting there fuming. I don't want to anger her more, but she looks so damn good all fired up. I decide not to risk upsetting her more. I don't want to lose her. She fits so well with me, and our desires match. I couldn't find a better partner in the sack if I tried, especially one that is perfectly okay with not being in a relationship. You think that I am jealous? She seethes. Yes, I smile. You would. I call you out on your crap and you go straight back to stroking your own ego. I laugh now. Emily grits her teeth, and she throws herself out of the car, slamming the door. Wait. I get out as well, trying to stop my laughter. What? She snaps. I find it amusing simply because you have this all wrong. Emily throws a hand on her jutted hip. Oh, do I? I wish I had time to hear your pathetic excuse, but I have better things to do. Emily goes to walk around the car. I grab her elbow and pull her into me. She catches her breath. I want to kiss her angry, pouting lips, but restrain myself. I want to fix this, not get a slap in the face. I'm getting tired of you trying to stop me from leaving. You aren't trying very hard to get away. She says nothing but yanks her arm out of my loosened grip. I take the chance to spit out my proof. I have CCTV cameras in my house. I pull out my phone from my pocket. It's connected to my phone. I can show you if you care to see the proof of why I say you're wrong. Emily's eyes narrow at me. I can tell she's curious, but she's not wanting to admit it. I shake my phone at her, taunting the evidence. Her stance moves closer to me, careful not to touch me, but close enough I can feel her body heat. Show me, she demands impatiently. I turn on my phone and go to my surveillance recordings. When did you say I took this person home? I want her words so she can't accuse me of showing her the wrong footage. Saturday. That's when the video at the club was taken showing you and all your excitement to get laid. I stifle back a chuckle. Going to Saturday, I click on the video footage. I show her the time my friends arrived. See, these are my buddies trying to convince me to go out. They were pissed that I hadn't gone out with them. After a moment, it shows us leaving. This means nothing. I'm just trying to show you the lead up. I give her the phone once it shows us leaving, letting her control it. Look closely. I notice her eyes widen a bit as she watches. Her breath hitches. She gives me a side-eye look while it plays. There's no movement. I don't need to see the recording to know that. I didn't bring anyone home, Emily. She keeps her eyes trained on the screen, but I know that she hears me. I came home alone. I stayed home the entire night. You can watch through Sunday if you want. All you'll see is my mother visiting and the faces I give her when she's not looking. Emily is still watching the recording. Finally, she shoves it back at me. I still don't believe you. This woman is adamant to make me beg. How can you not believe me? You literally just saw my camera on my door and all through the house. What about the time you arrive at the bar and the time you came home? How am I to know that you didn't just have a quickie in the car or bathroom like you did with me? She scoffs. You know, we live in a world where everyone films everything. I turn my phone back on and show her the private live video that was recorded. My friends like to have videos of anything and everything we do when they are wanting to get wild. They set up a recording near the bar or off one of the cameras and everything is saved so they can edit and send whatever they want. Emily looks shocked. Are you serious? Oh yeah, they like that. Isn't that how you knew about this in the first place? She looks embarrassed. You probably saw an edited version cut so people won't scroll past it out of boredom. I get to the video where Jake had a clear shot of me sitting with him and Mason. He had propped his phone on the table to video us clearly, and all the girls yelling into the camera. I can see easily on the feed that there's a clear timestamp, so at least there's proof enough there for a start. Also, it's not hard to see how much I was definitely not enjoying the lap dance or being there. I look uncomfortable. It shows me even pushing Brittany off of me and heading straight to the bar, and then out of the door not long after. Maybe it's just me, but I can tell I was not having a good time. I hope Emily sees it as clearly as I felt it. Once it shows me leaving, I look up at Emily. She looks uncomfortable and bites her lower lip. So, for me leaving the bar, then the timestamp of me getting home gives me 15 minutes, she says quietly. Her eyes are still cast down. I smile slightly. Do you really think I could finish that fast as well as drive home? I ask playfully. Emily purses her lips and looks up at me, holding out my phone. I take it from her. She's glaring at me, still upset. Maybe not so much with me anymore as much as she is at the fact that I proved her wrong. No, she mumbles. I chuckle. Are you still angry with me? Her blue eyes dart back and forth as if examining me. I can't tell which way she is leaning. I ask one more time. Do you still want to stop our relationship?
Chapter 23. Emily. I'm speechless. I have no idea what to say to that. I was so sure just moments before, but now I don't know. Ethan has undeniable proof that he didn't do anything. There are even timestamps. I never wanted to stop our deal in the first place, not because of that anyway. I wanted to put an end to it because of what it had the capability to do to my heart. Sunday was enough of a preview of that. It's not like I don't know what kind of man Ethan is. We could never be together. Not that I want that right now anyway. He's right. I don't want to stop our arrangement. It's exactly what I want. Great animal-like sex with no strings attached. And having my own freedom where I can still do whatever the hell I want. Where else am I going to ensure a deal like that? Still, though, it made me realize that I may be getting too caught up in all of this. And that's the stopper. I still want to guard myself from it, but maybe if I'm careful, I don't have to give up the best sex I have ever had just to protect my heart. Now that I am aware of it, at least I can be cautious now. Right? I can be in control of my own emotions and feelings. I have gotten much better at that. If I forbid myself to get attached, I won't let it happen. I know I have a strong will. If I start to lose control, I can end it, just like that, per our agreement. Yeah, right. Be honest with yourself. You have no say in your feelings and only think that you have control of them. Look what led you to this decision in the first place. You couldn't even invite him in thinking you'd lose yourself in the ecstasy of it all. Be strong and end it now before you get more involved. It was good while it lasted. Unfortunately, I know my gut is right. I may want this badly and think I can handle it. But I should go with my first plan and end it right now. All good things come to an end. It's decided then. I open my mouth to finally tell him that yes, this is over. But before I can utter a single syllable, Ethan kisses me. He kisses me so passionately that I almost melt right there. I can feel my underwear soaking in warmth. All my arguments go out the window, and I give in, kissing him just as fiercely back. I reach my hand up and twist my fingers in his hair. Pulling him closer to me, I lean against the car so I can have the sheer force of his body and groin pressed against me. Even though all we do is have sex, it still feels like it has been forever. I suddenly feel as if I have been going through withdrawals since the last time that I have felt him inside of me. I need my fix more than ever. I've had a taste of the dragon. Now I can't get enough. Ethan presses himself harder against me. My hands run down his muscular back. I want to rip his shirt off right there. He snakes a hand behind me and grips my ass, lifting me deeper into him. I let out a moan as my eyes flutter open. I have completely forgotten that we are in the middle of the sidewalk, pressed against my car like two horny teenagers. Two people quickly walk by us, obviously uncomfortable at the wild display of affection that they have aggressively been shown. Part of me does not give a damn. It feels so good. The other, more loud, part of me decides that this is no way to act. I can't truly let myself go if we have an audience. Plus, what if someone we know happens to drive or walk by? I definitely can't have that. I force myself to push Ethan off of me. I hold my arm out, keeping him at a distance while we both catch our breaths. I'm sorry. I just couldn't help myself anymore. I crave you so bad. I don't know how to explain it. You're addicting, Emily. I realize he's apologizing for the kiss that started this makeout session. I press a finger to his lips and let my other, the one that is currently separating us, drop to his crotch and give him a playful squeeze. Stop apologizing. This isn't over. Not yet, anyway. I feel him harden in my hand even more as I talk. The fire reignites in his insatiable eyes. I just want some privacy instead of a street show. You're not busy right now, are you? I ask teasingly as I walk over to my front steps. Quenching your thirst is the only agenda I have. He smirks. My mind jumps back to Sunday brunch with the girls, when one of them said, "We're all thirsty," with a wink. They have no idea how right they are. I unlock my door and Ethan's quick behind me, locking and shutting it. Before I can drop my keys on the dish, Ethan has his arms around me and grabs a handful of my chest. God, I've missed you. Are you talking to me or them? I jokingly say in a breathy tone. Both. Me too. He spins me around to face him. Ethan and I stare at each other for a moment. I can see all of the desire burning through his green eyes. He radiates seduction and need. I know I am giving off the same vibe. Even if I wanted to turn him away for the good of my soul, I couldn't. Not now. I can be strong, but right now he is my weakness. I need him so badly that I can feel my aching body yearning for him. I can worry about my feelings later. Right now, I only care about one thing, and that is getting the clothes off of this man. I want the release more than I want to protect myself. I grab Ethan's tie and pull him forcefully to my face, kissing his soft lips hard with need. My world can happily burn away in the chaos of flames for all I care right now. If this is hell, then burn, baby, burn.
Chapter 24. Ethan. She tastes so good. It hasn't even been a full week, and I feel like I had forgotten how damn amazing she tastes. But if you want to listen to me explain the dirty details that YouTube won't allow, you'll have to find me on tylawalker.com. Grab Black Queen White Queen for 40% off with code SAVE40 and listen to the uncut, interruption-free, and ad-free story without a care in the world. And you better hurry because I don't think I can wait until you get there. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 25. Emily. I stretch, slowly waking up. My body feels a little sore, but in a great way. It was used to its full capacity last night. I feel a smile on my face as I think about all the ways we pleased each other. Before I can reminisce too long, I hear a clatter coming from the kitchen. I grab a robe and throw it over my naked, chilled body. I didn't really want Ethan gone, but when I didn't see him in the bed, I had just assumed he left. Apparently not. I walk out and see him cooking. I think so anyway. The kitchen is a mess and he looks a little frazzled. The more I look around, the harder it is not to laugh. What on earth are you doing? He turns around in his boxers. Something seems to be streaked across his perfect face. He gives me a sheepish grin. If you can't tell, then I'm not doing a very good job of it. I was attempting to make breakfast. He looks over the mess. Sorry, I was trying to learn from YouTube. I keep laughing, walking over to sit at the counter. He smiles, realizing I could care less at the mess, and pours me a cup of coffee. He slides it over to me. Now this I know how to make, at least. I cup the mug and glance at the stove clock. You better give up on this endeavor. We don't want to be late to work and cause suspicion. I sip the warm brew. Don't bother cleaning up. We're going to have to hurry as is. I'm used to rushing around, but I have a sneaking feeling that Ethan isn't. He seems too meticulous. He grins at me. I don't have anything going on this morning. I plan on going in this afternoon for a meeting, and that's about it. Lucky, I murmur as I slide off my seat to ready myself. You don't have to go in either. I stop and give him a curious look. You were so tired that I didn't want to wake you up. I called in and let them know that you were working with me this morning since we are meeting a client this afternoon. We're prepping for it. I can't help but show my surprise. You lied so I could sleep? Why would you do that? I'm not mad, more intrigued than anything. Maybe I should be a little upset since he took the liberty to make excuses for me without my consent. It was just sex after all. Breakfast doesn't usually get included. You just seemed exhausted. You work hard enough as it is. I figured one morning playing hooky wasn't going to tarnish anything. If it makes you feel better, I'm not necessarily lying. We are, in fact, meeting a client this afternoon. We are? That wasn't on my schedule. Ethan puts jam on some toast and slides a plate over to me with fruit, eggs, and bacon. I almost smile, realizing this wasn't the initial breakfast he was trying to make. He must have given up hope on it. I showed this client your previous works, and they loved it. They want to meet with us and pick your brain. Now I am even more shocked. Not only do I get amazing sex with a complete hottie, but I'm getting free promotions out of it too. What's the catch? I sit back down, now that I don't have to get ready. I grab the spoon he used to spread jam on my toast and lick off the remains. His eyes follow my action. I let my tongue linger playfully at the tip. He clears his throat. I can tell I'm turning him on. There's no catch. I just want you two to meet so he can meet the person behind the planning he likes so much. It would be good for you, and also the company. I nod and bite into my toast. The jam is left on my lips, and I slowly lick it off. Ethan's plate is in front of him, but he hasn't touched a bite. I'm too distracting. I guess that makes sense. Just try to not give me too much special treatment. I know I'm the best thing to happen to you, but still, I tease as I suck on the strawberry jam. Ethan's green eyes glisten as he watches all my moves. It's intimidating, knowing that I seem to be on display, but exhilarating. He wants me so bad that he can't even focus enough to eat. I feel very powerful as a woman right now. Ethan leans slowly across the table, as if he wants to kiss me. Suddenly, his phone rings. We both jump, startled at the sound. Ugh, he groans as he reaches for it on the end of the counter. He looks at the screen and frowns, looking slightly more irritated than when it had initially rung. He excuses himself to go to the living room. I pick at my food, but can't help but wonder who it is. I shouldn't care, but his reaction makes me interested. My house isn't huge, so it's not a big leap for me to accidentally on purpose eavesdrop on the conversation from the kitchen to the living room. As I listen, I realize it's his mother on the other end. His voice gets louder as he seems to keep repeating himself. Is she deaf or just really persistent? I told you before, I'm not going on that blind date, Mom. A blind date? Why would they do that to him? It's not like he has issues getting a lady. Now I'm more curious. It does start to make sense, though, as to why Ethan avoids his mom if this is the agenda for her. No, I told you before. I'm not going. Not ever. Ever again. I come out of the kitchen and stare at him. He has to know I can hear everything given the level of his voice. Plus, this is my house after all. He catches my stare and mouths, "I'm sorry," as he rolls his eyes, pointing to the phone. I can now hear his mom start to cry through the speaker, rather loudly. Ethan switches gears and tries to calm her down. Now that I have this insight into his life and can watch it happening live, I think it's quite comical. Ethan's attempts are straight misses. His mother grows louder with her wails. He covers the mouthpiece and whispers to me, "I'm sorry." She won't stop until I say yes. Wow. Now I know where he gets his determination from. I can tell Ethan is growing weary with her crying and his refusals. He's on the verge of just agreeing to make her happy and to end the whole charade. Mom, please stop. Just listen. An idea hits me, and I can't stop myself. Honey, is there a problem? Let's have breakfast. I call in a sweet, loud voice, sure to be heard on the other end. The crying stops instantly, and Ethan looks shocked. I can't help but grin at the reactions. He's doing me a solid with work. I may as well help him out here. I mean, why not?
Chapter 26. Ethan. My jaw drops to the ground and I almost drop my phone with it. I feel literally stuck between my mother yelling on one side of my head and Emily on the other. Who is that, Ethan? Who's with you? My mother screams so loudly that Emily sticks her hands to her head and winces, as if to sympathize with the sound piercing my eardrums, as if she's not responsible for it. She flashes me a smile and I rub my temples. What in God's name is there to smile about? Is that Mom? Sweetie, when are you going to introduce us? You've been talking about it. There's stunned silence on the phone, which mirrors the emptiness in my brain at the moment. Ethan, did that woman just call me Mom? Just go along with it, she whispers in my other ear quietly, sending a chill up my neck. With all that she does to me, I couldn't say no if I tried. I'll help with the problem, she declares. Be my guest, I'm thinking. Surprised that she wants to help and hoping whatever plan she has up her sleeve winds up working. After being in the doghouse with Emily yesterday, I don't need to go straight to another one with my mom. Speaker, she writes on a piece of paper. She pretends to be talking to me quietly, but it's for my mom's benefit, I can tell. You should introduce us soon, sweetheart, Emily says, touching my collar as she says it. I wasn't ready before because I was just so nervous. But your mom sounds so lovely. I want to meet the woman who made such an amazing man. She's good, I think. When were you going to tell me you had a girlfriend, Ethan? Is that why you didn't want to go on the blind dates? Mom asks me. I can tell she's calming down a little, most likely from the soothing words coming from my lovely girlfriend. How did you meet? Okay, let me figure out which question to answer first. Her name is Emily. She's beautiful, talented, and of good, strong moral character. She's a brilliant computer programmer who I work with. That's good to hear, at least, my mom says. Emily gives the 2 thumbs up. 1 second. The electric ditty of the FaceTime ring takes over my phone, along with the photo of me as a baby that's my mom's go-to profile photo. Oh God, what should I do, Emily? I freak. Answer it! She taps the green button and tilts the phone at an angle that has both of our faces. Oh, hello. What was your name again, dear? Mom, this is my beautiful fiancée, Emily. Emily, this is my beautiful mother, Geneva, the 2 most important women in my life. My mother screams and follows up with thousands of questions, all at once. Emily's eyes bug out for just a moment before she remembers my mom can see everything. Her nails are digging into her fingertips like crazy. WTF, she writes on the piece of paper while my mom asks more questions in succession. If you're my girlfriend, why half-ass it? I write on the piece of paper, then give her a huge grin. So yeah, Mom, we're planning to get married. It's fate that you happened to call, because we were about to call you today. Married? I just found out this person existed 2 seconds ago and you're committing to her for life? And I know it's not because you're saving yourself for marriage, so don't even try to pretend it's that. Emily cracks up at the joke. Oh, good. At least you chose someone with a good sense of humor. I can tell you from experience, that's the most important thing, Ethan, honey, she says. And it'll be good for you to finally settle down. That and mind-blowing sex. Not that I'm actually thinking of marrying anyone, much less right now. Thank you, Mrs. Reynolds. That means so much to me, especially with how much I know Ethan thinks the world of you. He does? Yes. That's why I've wanted to meet you so badly. It feels unfair that I get to know all about you, but you haven't gotten a chance to know about me. Don't be mad with Ethan, though. It's my fault he hasn't shared the news yet. Oh, really? That's surprising. Yeah, he's wanted to. But we weren't being very public since we worked together. We hid it for those reasons, but then I started feeling unimportant, since I wasn't integrated into the rest of Ethan's life, even though it was for good reasons. Yes, and I'm glad you've been cautious about it. When office romances go bad, they can go really bad if the people aren't careful, and it sounds like you are. Oh, to a fault, Mrs. Reynolds. So Ethan and I had a falling out, but we realized how miserable we are without each other. And when we got back together, we both decided we never wanted to be apart again. She moves herself off screen for a minute and rolls her eyes at me. I feel bad, but the fiancé lie is believable. The girlfriend lie isn't. Every one-night stand is a girlfriend in my mom's eyes. Hold on 1 second, you two, my mom says. Ethan, I'm going to try to get your father on the call, okay? If you'd like, Mrs. Reynolds, I can help you with connecting him to the FaceTime call, Emily offers. What's that? Sorry, I didn't hear you. Since it can be a little complicated to add another participant to a FaceTime call. Oh no, don't worry about that. Hang on. Okay, Erin, can you hear? She's holding the landline phone up to her smartphone. Emily stifles a laugh. Erin, I have news. Our baby is getting married. He's excited about the news, Ethan. I'm not sure if this is a step up from 2 tin cans and a string, or a step down. Yeah, I wanted to know who she was too. Her name is Emily. Emily, can you say hi to Ethan's dad? Hi, Mr. Reynolds. Erin, I'm Emily. It's a pleasure to meet you. Did you hear her okay? Okay, good. He says it's good to talk to you too. What's that, Erin? Hey, Mom, why don't we talk to the two of you when you're both in the same place? I volunteer. I'm getting a splitting headache, and the split-screen phone call isn't helping. Emily looks equally miserable. What's that, honey? Hold on. Uh-huh. Oh, that's a good idea, Erin. Yes, I'll tell them. Love you. I feel a little guilty for dragging Emily into it, but it was a team effort. She's the one who jumped in feet-first offering to help me, and being my fiancée and not just a girlfriend is what will actually get them off my back. I'm back, my mom says, thankfully back to just one telephone. Your dad and I discussed it, and we want you to come to dinner this Sunday. You were coming anyway, right, sugar? Yes, Mom, of course I was planning to. Good. So you'll bring Emily? It won't be a birthday celebration without you. Come, okay? I avoid Emily's eyes. I want to spend a few more seconds pretending she's not seething and ready to murder me.
Chapter 27. Emily. I think I have whiplash from how quickly everything's changing directions. Less than 12 hours ago, I was breaking up with him. Now, I'm his fiancée. Mrs. Reynolds. I appreciate it, but I really can't impose. It's a family event. I insist. Nonsense. You'll be family soon enough. I'll never forgive myself if you don't. You're sure? Positive. Well, if you truly want me to be there, I'd love to help you celebrate. It's only fitting, since you being born made it possible for me to meet the love of my life. I kick him underneath the kitchen island. It's a wonderful birthday gift and to know my son is getting more serious, Geneva says. And especially such a positive influence on him. We all know he needs one, I quip. Ethan takes over. Love you, Mom. We'll see you Sunday. Click. I can barely look at him. I do a slow clap for the mess he's gotten us in. Why the hell did you say I was your fiancé? Hey, slow down there, he says. You were the one who chimed in on a private phone call because you thought it would be cute. Well, you reap what you sow. Look at you, Mr. Bible Study. Must be your fiancé's positive influence. Ethan, I just wanted to act like your girlfriend. A fiancé is so much bigger. I'm getting a panic attack just thinking about it. I promise it's exactly the same thing, except just with a fancier word. It's the only way they think I was remotely serious. Any girl I make out with, My mom considers it a girlfriend. Yeah, but how do we maintain this? We just start planning a wedding and then wait for… what? We throw a big party? No, it won't get that far. We'll have a fight, we'll break off the engagement, decide we were too hasty about it, and then my parents will stop giving me so much crap when I'm recovering from heartbreak, and they'll hopefully reconsider the wisdom of getting emotionally invested in it all once they go through their own heartbreak. Their heartbreak? Losing a future daughter-in-law. And who knows, maybe no one will ever measure up to you in their eyes. Does that mean no one measures up to me in your eyes, Ethan? Oh, shut up. That's a yes. Anyway, I guess it's not a terrible plan, but now what? We'll figure it out. But for now, can you just help me out by acting like my fiancé for a night and going to this simple dinner? A simple dinner. That's like calling a coronation a hat fitting. In what universe is this a simple dinner? It's your mom's birthday. It's my first time meeting them. And as your fiancé, I don't think it gets more high pressure than that. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do. It'll be fine, Emily. Just be yourself. Easy for him to say. He's not the one who has to meet his fake fiancé's parents, the parents of his boss, and the parents of his friend with benefits, all rolled into one. Smarty, I'm going in there under the premise of not actually being myself, since I'm not actually your fiancé. You know what I mean. Don't worry too much. They're going to love you. Don't stress. I'll be here with you the whole time. I won't let you walk into anything you can't handle. Hey, pretend they're a client. That's my cue to get my laptop out and start familiarizing myself with the project we're meeting about today. Ethan's behind me, doing something in the kitchen. My work will take twice as long today, with so many thoughts swirling in my head. So I want to get a head start. I feel Ethan standing behind me. He reaches his arm around to my front, holding something out to me, and I feel a little bit of a mist when I grab it. Oh my gosh. Since we're engaged now, I thought it would be right to celebrate with a little champagne. Ethan, it's 9:30. Hang on, I'll get some orange juice. Mimosas. Come on. How many times do you get engaged? Fake or real? Does it matter? I roll my eyes. To us. To us. He takes me out after the client meeting, which goes well, although it's weird to snap back to a colleague so quickly after being a freshly engaged couple. We go to Julia's, the restaurant his family always went to for special occasions growing up. I figured it's like preparation for Sunday, a dress rehearsal, he tells me. What's her favorite thing here? I ask him, so I can tell her how delicious it is. She loves the chicken pot pie. Dad loves the meatloaf. So I'll get the pot pie, you get the meatloaf. Sound good? But I get to try yours. Of course. There's nothing I don't share with my fiancé. Over the next 3 days, he milks the fiancé jokes for all they're worth, and I think he may be enjoying it a little too much. Every time he says something, I remind myself that it's not real, to prevent myself from enjoying it too much too, probably. It would be so easy to make more of it than it is, but with all of the support he's showing me, I really do think it'll help me be more comfortable this weekend. It's sweet of him to do this, to make sure I'm not afraid. This morning, he got my favorite donuts for the office and a cup of celestial coffee again, just for me. I go to the break room for an afternoon sugar rush, my second donut of the day, and I hear 2 of my colleagues talking. God, did you see her? She was throwing herself at Ethan. I turn to Stone, hoping they don't mean me. I know. Just because she's a client, she thinks her money buys her her very own boy toy. It's really disgusting. Right? Just because he's a dude doesn't mean it's not sexual harassment. But I don't know if the big bosses are willing to part with the account. On the one hand, I'm relieved it's not me. On the other, Even if it weren't Ethan, I'd be appalled. But since it's Ethan, it hits much deeper. It's not just that I hate picturing someone hitting on him, although I do. It's that I care about him. And no one deserves to be sexually harassed, no matter their position or gender. I walk past the conference room and my cheeks get hot when I hear his voice. Jacqueline, please. You're a client and this is not appropriate. Please respect me enough to show some restraint. I'm not interested, and this is not an okay setting. Look at you playing hard to get, Ethan Reynolds. I know you. I peek my head in. She's draping her hands all over his arm and trying to play footsie, and he's trying to push her off. It just feels wrong to see him with anyone else, especially someone forcing herself on him. I feel like I'm going to explode or be sick, or both. I hate this woman on so many levels, not just out of jealousy. It reminds me of lighting a match to get a stubborn leech to stop drinking your blood, if the leech had bleach blonde hair and no self-respect. I burst into the room and clear my throat as the client hangs off of Ethan's neck. With the distraction, he finally pushes her off him, and she lands against the side of the table with a thud. Mr. Reynolds, sir, you're needed in your office. Urgent telephone call. I look at the client. A private matter. Please step into the waiting room, ma'am. I storm out of the conference room and run 3 flights of stairs to the rooftop. I need to get out now. What the hell did I just do? I screamed to myself in my head. I lost my composure and acted like a crazy person, and it might cost us a client. But every time I picture him with that woman, I know I would do it again in a heartbeat. Can I still cling to the illusion that I'm not falling for him? I seriously doubt it. I don't think I'm even falling for Ethan, actually. I think I'm well past that point.
Chapter 28. Ethan. I see the look on Emily's face. She's really upset, and I know she's lying. There's no issue I need to attend to in my office. It's just a ruse to get me away from this clingy client. I watch Emily run from the door. She's heading to the rooftop lounge. I follow. When I reach the door, I see the lounge is thankfully quiet. The open-air fire pits are alight. The white fairy lights are on. Even the easy-listening jazz is low in the speakers, but she and I have the place to ourselves. I find her at the refreshment bar, propped up on one of the stainless steel and black leather stools, nursing a soda. Emily is twirling the ice cubes round and round with a long swizzle stick, deep in thought. I walk up and stand beside her. Emily, what's going on with you? You know that woman is... And before I can explain any further, Emily hops off her stool and kisses me. It's a combination of forcefulness and gentility, of lust and love. I take her in my arms and kiss her back with the same amount of all-consuming desperation and passion. The embrace seems to me to last for a lifetime, and not hardly long enough at all. Finally, we part, we breathe, and I speak. What if someone comes up and sees us? Are you breaking our office rule? I mean, I'm okay with that if you are. I say I'm okay with letting everyone know about our relationship, but in fact I'm worried about how the other employees will treat Emily when they do know. Will they look down on her, think less of her position in the company, because we're friends with benefits? Emily puts a finger up to my lips and shakes her head no. Ignore what just happened there, Ethan. Something got into me, that's all. What? You know our client is ridiculous. I'm not falling for her cheap moves. She's under the false assumption more is coming in her ad portfolio than a company app and commercial package. Emily nods, but I feel her emotionally moving away from me, as if something I've done has caused this change in her, in what we have. Emily, what's... Then I stop my speech in its tracks. The rooftop door opens and a bunch of the employees enter for their mid-morning smoke and coffee break. I turn around and they look at me and Emily with surprised expressions. Emily whispers, I'll leave first. I frown, frustrated and confused. How can she be so distant with me now? How can she have such a cool and calculated tone after that passionate embrace? I know she's pulling away from me, but I don't know why. For the rest of that day and for several days to come, I try to emotionally reach her in every way I know how. I phone. Hey, are you up for a movie? They've got that action blockbuster on at the Royale. Sorry, thanks for asking, but I can't make it. Girls' night out with Rachel and Marissa. They've planned it for weeks. Gotta run. Talk later. I text. Hey, Emily. There's that new oil painting showing at the Den Gallery. It's Impressionism, your favorite. You in? Sorry, Ethan. I have a dinner arrangement. Some other time. Have fun. No matter how I try to reach Emily. No matter what I offer to do. There's no getting through to her. It's like whatever we had is over, but nobody has voiced the quit. In my gut, I know there's more to these date rejections. I can tell in the tone of her voice and in the words she uses. I quickly go from annoyed and frustrated to truly worried. I start ruminating. Is there someone else in her life now? Has she traded me in for a newer model? I thought we were getting on so well. I thought we had a mutually beneficial agreement. She saw how I pushed the client away last week. It can't be about that. Come on. I trudge through my workdays and endure sleepless nights, thinking of all sorts of reasons why Emily no longer wants to be in my life. And none of them feel reasonable or right. Tossing and turning in a bed without her is more than I can take. I get up, grab a drink, and talk to the ether, as no one else is around here. Is she leaving me for good but just not saying it? What the hell could I have done to go from that lingering kiss on the rooftop to this icy cold reaction? It's not like I've been out partying with the guys. She'll know that by just the gossip around work. I pace back and forth in front of my picture window. Storms are brewing. The tree limbs are violently swaying back and forth. I hear branches scraping the side of the building. It's a nerve-wracking screeching sound. It fits my mood. I want to drop everything, go find Emily and force her to see the truth. I sigh and drop into a chair. Yeah, but even if I did that, do I know the truth to tell her? What is our truth anyway? We fake an engagement to get my parents off my back. Has that game spooked her? Like I'm trapping her for real? I sit and stare out the window pane, and soon my thoughts reduce to something much worse. It's me. It's not what has happened. It's not the client or my parents or even my foolhardy friends. It's me she's running away from. I know it in my heart. But what I don't know is why. What is wrong with me? For the first time in my life, I'm questioning the quality of my character. I've never had to do that before, and why should I? I look in the mirror at my reflection. What's not to like? I'm outgoing, funny, and adventurous. People instantly warm to me. But maybe my self-conscious demeanor from when I was younger is leaking out, and she can sense it. She's got close enough to me to see I'm not the perfect package after all. I take a long, slow sip of my bourbon. It burns on the way down. I cough. I want to throw up. Not from the booze. I want to upend all the secret, undesirable traits I've cloaked since I was a boy and be the whole man Emily needs. I sigh. I pry myself out of the chair to go back to bed. As I raise up, 2 tears roll down my cheeks and drop to the ground. In the moonlight, I see the splatters on the hardwood floor. With a disgruntled huff, I wipe them away with my bare foot. Emotions. What have hurt in my past? What hurt me now? I want nothing to do with them anymore. I take my damaged soul and my longing for Emily back to bed.
Chapter 29. Emily. I've never been in a situation like this one. I've met boyfriend's parents, and I've even had the odd brunch or two with a hookup and his parents. But meeting the parents of the man who jumped from friend with benefits to boyfriend to fiancé within the space of a few minutes, who also happens to be my boss, at his mother's birthday dinner no less, might be a first, not just for me, but for anyone. To make it worse, they've decided to have dinner at his family home. When the plan was to eat out at a restaurant, It at least felt less personal and intimate, but that's exactly why his mother objected. She wants plenty of time to get to know me, she says. The idea makes me feel sick to my stomach. Rachel and Marissa have been on call as my personal stylists, getting texts with photos of potential outfits. In the end, I go with a light blue dress, festive but not overly formal. It's just a dinner, Emily. You're not really engaged. You're not even dating, I tell myself. But at the same time, it feels like the most important dinner of my life. I look in the full-length mirror before leaving, and I'm pleased with myself. Then Ethan gets out of the car. He looks like he walked out of a movie set, and I feel like a member of the lighting crew. His perfectly fitting jeans, casual button-down shirt, and gorgeous sport coat look iconic on him. He looks at me with his jaw wide open, though. "You look so stunning, Emily." He pulls me into a kiss. My mother will definitely be impressed. Because I'll be the prettiest of all the fake girlfriends you've brought home? Because you're incredible. He looks at me in a way that makes me feel naked, and my entire body flutters. I have to be careful tonight. I have to remind myself that to him, I'm nothing more than a friend with the benefits, and he's playing the part of a romantic fiancé for his parents' benefit, not mine. Still, when he looks at me like I'm the most beautiful woman in the world on the way to his parents' house, my heart races. "Happy birthday to the most beautiful mother in the world," Ethan yells as he opens the front door, holding flowers and balloons. I'm holding the gift since it's from both of us. "My baby." Geneva runs to the entryway to greet her son. "And you must be the famous Emily. You're even more beautiful than Ethan said." Ethan, she really is gorgeous. I try not to let the words of approval go to my head, but it's impossible. How can I not get swept in? When we enter the living room, Ethan's father, Aaron, and his sister, Leslie, rush over to hug me first, then Ethan. My parents are loving, but they've never been particularly affectionate. I'm bowled over by the warm welcome from Ethan's family. Then I remember that they're not meeting me. They're meeting Ethan's fiancé. "We're having Leslie's lasagna for dinner, Emily," his mother gushes. "It's the most delicious you'll ever have." "Don't believe her, Emily, but I admit it's not bad," Leslie says with a smile. "I can't wait to try it," I say. "I've always wanted to learn how to make lasagna from scratch." "I can teach you sometime if you're ever up for it," Leslie says. "I went to culinary school, so I have a ton of tricks up my sleeve. I know how my brother is with food. I swear, I think he stayed local just so he could have a home-cooked meal whenever he wanted." The oven timer dings, and Leslie takes off to attend to the meal. "I'll help, Leslie. To thank you for the cooking lessons, just in advance," I say with a laugh. Really, it's so I don't have to interact with Ethan. I can't get caught up in believing this is real. "Oh, this looks delicious," I say, my stomach grumbling audibly at the sight and smell of the steaming tray of Italian food. "I'll set the table. I might need your help navigating if I get lost in these cupboards, though." "You don't have to do that. You're a guest," Leslie says. "I'm glad you're here with me, though. Give me the dirt. When did you get engaged? I'm so happy he's finally found someone who's a catch. His taste isn't always the best." "I know, right?" I say, laughing and avoiding her question. "I was friends with him long before we dated, so I got to witness his missteps. Well, it looks like he eventually found his way. I hate how well this is going. It would be so much easier if we couldn't stand each other." Ethan pops his head in. "Anything I can do to help?" "Right on cue, Emily." Ethan has the uncanny ability to offer to help, just as there's no longer a need for it, Leslie says with a wink. "I'll let the parents know it's ready then." He blows a little kiss. In my head, it's for Leslie, not me. The family holds hands and says grace before dinner, which I expect to feel awkward. but it makes me feel even more at home. In her blessing, Geneva thanks God for sending me. I'm so sorry, Geneva, I think to myself. And you too, God. So, Emily, what's your family like? We'll meet them soon, I'm hoping, Geneva says. They're good people. My mother was a homemaker growing up, and my dad was an accountant. I'm not as close to them as I wish, though. I moved away, so I don't see them much. You're such a lovely girl. I'm sure they miss you, Geneva says, putting her hand over mine. Please, I want you to consider me and Aaron your second parents. I already feel like you're one of my own. Ethan raises his eyebrows, then smiles, and I try to look away. I have to steel myself to avoid reading into it. After the cake, Geneva insists on giving a tour of the house. And this is Ethan's room, just like it was the day he left for college, she says. There are trophies and pennants and posters of bands from the 2000s. It's clear how much his mother adores him. Notice my room is not a preserved time capsule, Emily, Leslie says. You said it was a creepy to keep his room that way, so your old room is your dad's office now. Man cave, Leslie corrects. We all laugh. We end in the living room, thumbing through old photo albums. Ethan has blindingly blonde hair as a baby, but otherwise his features have barely changed. The cherubic beauty of his youth is evident on the face of the man who sits next to me, holding my hand on the sofa, making my chest feel tight from exhilaration at being near him. As I'm leafing through the photo album of his baby pictures, Geneva takes my hand, this time to inspect it. Where's your ring, Emily? My gosh, did you lose it at dinner? Ah, hell, we forgot the ring. I lock eyes with Ethan in a panic, but an answer flows out of him. It's not ready yet. I'm having it custom made so that it's as perfect for Emily as she is for me. Right, sweetie? Yep. That's so thoughtful. What does it look like, dear? Geneva says. That's Ethan for you. So thoughtful. I smile through gritted teeth. Yes, Ethan. What's it look like? You'll all see it soon. Don't worry. Ethan kisses me on the cheek. I want to turn my head away from him, but with his parents watching, I can't. How can he lie so easily? I was nervous about meeting his parents, but I realize I'm feeling more nervous right now around him. With them, at least, I don't run the risk of having my heart broken. We finish with coffee, tea, pastries, and presents, and then we say our goodbyes. Promise we'll have a girls' afternoon soon, Emily, Geneva says as she walks us out. I want to get to know my daughter-in-law. I had a wonderful relationship with Aaron's mother, and I want ours to be the same. Of course, Geneva, I say. I hear her whisper to Ethan as they say goodbye. Treat her like a queen. She deserves it. I feel so loved, and I feel so loathsome. Ethan and I endure the drive home in silence. I've never been so happy and so sad at the same time. He pulls up to my driveway and puts the car in park, then looks at me seriously. Emily, something's going on. I can tell. Is there a problem in the relationship?
Chapter 30. Ethan. God, this is no good. I'm losing her, and I haven't a clue why. The drive to take her home is anything but enjoyable. Emily and I act and talk as if nothing is amiss. We avoid eye contact and stare out the front window. We chat on superficial topics like shop talk or the weather or what shows are hitting town this weekend. This is all so pathetic. Why is she forcing us to act this way? There are no suitable answers to my question. I know that. All I can do is play the game. Emily's distance from me is palpable. I know her enough to know if I push, it'll only grow the chasm between us. I look at her as I drive on in silence. Emily looks at the point of tears, and I don't know how to make things better. I know something's gone from the bond we shared. And what's worse, I can't even point to how I feel about the change. Anger, Sorrow? Regret? Hell, is it relief? My mind is too busy fighting to keep my feelings at bay to analyze them. I finally reach her place and pull up alongside. I put the car into park. Emily, something's going on, I can tell. Is there a problem in the relationship? I ask calmly. Then I wait to see what her next move will be. No, of course not. It's been a long night, Ethan. Without another word, she undoes her seatbelt and opens her own car door, heading for her sidewalk. Her back is to me the entire time. Not what I wanted to happen. Okay, man, just go with the flow. I sigh. I get out of the car and follow her up the path. My mind is in emergency overload, furiously analyzing the situation, desperately reaching for answers. My thoughts come back to the same end. Why can't we go back to how things were? Friends with benefits, no feelings involved. Weren't we happy that way? Her walkway on either side is ablaze with flowers. The scent is intoxicating. The scent reminds me of her. All around us is verdant, glorious life. But we are acting like it's the end of the world when it should be the beginning. All I want to do is take her in my arms and shake some sense into that brain of hers. Why do this? Why make this so much harder than it has to be? I stop in my tracks. I inhale the rich floral scent. I remind myself she is acting like this because of something I've done or said. The game we decided on is going awry because of me in some way. Maybe it's me being so forceful that's created this mess. Reach for the kinder, gentler you, Ethan. I know it's not your strong suit, but if you care, if you really care for her, for God's sakes try. I leave the flowers to their own loveliness. They can't help me now. We make our way to the stoop of her apartment, and for the first time since we talked on the rooftop lounge, we soberly face each other, wanting eyes to wanting eyes. She sees me looking at her with nothing but a confused expression. My reaction only dulls her look more, and has her offer an answer before I've even had a chance to voice the question again. Look, there's no problem. You're seeing things that aren't here. You're making more out of this than need be. We each know the game. Emily's words are casual. She delivers them in a calm, cool way. Yet I sense a frigid force field between us. I know not to come any closer. But the fighter in me still tries. She's made her move. It's time to make mine. Okay, if there's no issue, and we both know the rules of this game, invite me inside. What have we got to lose? A screaming silence. It doesn't last long, but it lasts long enough. We both clearly know in our heart of hearts what's there to lose. She and I weren't born yesterday, but we're acting as if we were. Emily's doe eyes staring up at me rip a hole in my soul. I see in those clear blue eyes no hate and no love. In their bottomless pools, I see the much-feared indifference. Maybe that's what I wanted from every other woman in my past, but not now. Not from Emily. I gulp back the emotion stuck in my throat. As much as I dampen those feelings down, they rise like an anaconda from the black lagoon. Emily unlocks the door and waves me in. Instead of feeling relief like things are back to normal, I feel like it's the end of the road for us. She's inviting me in to do a soft goodbye. I know it. What can I say or do to stop this? I want a forever hello, and she can't even read my mind. As soon as Emily closes the door of her apartment, I grab both of her arms and bring her into me, kissing her desperately, needing her to read my mind and mend my heart. It works. She does. She feels. I feel her feeling back. Her kisses are soft and warm, but intentional too. In a dance work, we guide each other to the living room and the couch and fold into each other's body. For the first time since we've been together, I feel the pressure to perform, as if not to force and prove my love, to let her body feel mine. I'll lose her forever, and that's the last thing I want. I want this now and endlessly. We roll back and forth. I lay her down and cover her feverish body with mine. I will savor and consume and luxuriate in her. No, Ethan, no, wait. I look up, eyes wide. Wait, why? What's wrong? Am I hurting you? She pushes my chest off of her. I quickly rise. We sit side by side. Each of us is out of breath and puffing. Emily chokes out. Ethan, I can't do this anymore. I see tears welling in her eyes. Emily is shaking. Her entire being is rejecting me, and the pain of seeing this is killing me inside. I turn her face to wipe away her tears. Instead of allowing the loving gesture, she pulls away and gets up. She walks a few steps away, her back facing me. Ethan, please, you need to go. Go? Why? What have I done? Please, I'm begging you. I need you to leave now. Emily's body is quaking. She looks like she's on the verge of a breakdown. I quickly get up and head for the door. I know I have no choice but to go. Before I leave the living room, I turn on my heels and face her still quaking back. I want so much to run to her, to still her heart. Instead, I call out with as forceful a voice as I can muster. This isn't over, you hear? I'll come back. We have to talk, and I mean really talk. One way or another, I'll get to the bottom of this, whatever this is.
Chapter 31. Emily. I don't know why, but I hate myself for what I did last night. The look in Ethan's eyes tore me apart even more than I was already doing to myself. I know it's the right thing, but why does it have to be so damn hard? After he left, all I did was cry. I hate crying. I did enough of that in my last relationship. Wasn't the point of this one to avoid the same mistakes as what I had just escaped from? To enjoy my freedom and be a woman doing as I pleased? If so, why does it hurt so much? I wipe my eyes and force myself to pull it together. Last night was for crying and letting go. Today, this week, I need to be strong for me, and so Ethan can see that I could care less about him. He wants sex, so do I. But unfortunately, a part of me craves more from him. He doesn't want or need that. Neither do I. We have to be done. The best thing for me to do is distance myself and face the reality of what I have gotten myself into. The week proves exceptionally long. I try and do exactly as I planned, but Ethan is making it so much harder than it needs to be. Every day I go in and ignore him as best as I can without making a scene. I want to pretend nothing has ever happened between us, just like we were doing when things were going on between us. Now, though, he doesn't want to play that part. Ethan is nothing but persistent. All week, he keeps finding ways to try and talk to me. He always acts as if it is work, but I know better. I try my best to make the right excuses, but he just doesn't let up. I'm at a loss of what to do right now. I don't want to blow up at work. That would give away everything. I also don't want to see him outside of work, because then that gives him a chance to crawl his way back into one of my many loose threads. And I just don't know if I have the strength to keep saying no. The week is almost at an end, one day closer to the weekend. I can do this. At least it's lunch now, and I can sit in peace in my car. I make my way through the fire exit stairs to go down to the parking garage. I usually am not in such a rush to leave, but this week I have a schedule to keep. Namely, a schedule to not linger or allow any one-on-one time between Ethan and I. Emily, I pretend I don't hear his echo call for me and continue down the stairs. I hear his shoes vibrate off the walls as he skips steps to catch up with me. I get to the bottom step, and he's already there, huffing, trying to catch his breath. He had jumped over the bottom railing to block my way out. For God's sake, what? What is going on? We need to talk. No, we do not. That's right. Stay angry. Hold on to it. I don't want to talk to you, and I feel like I have been making that pretty clear. Ethan catches his breath. He looks hurt and confused at my statement. But why? I don't hesitate this time. I can't make the same mistakes as before. I have no reason to be in a relationship with you anymore. That's reason enough. What happened, Emily? Again with the questions. We promised we wouldn't beg or ask for a reason should the other want to end things. Yet you still are. We have a written agreement. Ethan holds his position, obviously not caring what I just said. Are you seeing someone? I can't help but laugh at that. What? No. It's none of your business if I was, but I'm not. So please move and accept what I am telling you. I know you're not used to being told to screw off, but kindly, please do so. I'm happy Ethan has irritated me more, so I can hold my own against him. I'm not going to let his piercing green eyes, strong body, and amazing ability in the sack hold me up any longer. He doesn't budge. What about our fake relationship? Tell your mother that we're over. I try to push past him. They won't believe me. That's cruel anyway. You just met them, and they'll think it's all my fault, that I don't want to even try to make this work. It'll be worse than before. Not my problem. You're the one who said we were engaged. I told you not to. You need to deal with it. I push past him and burst through the door. I try not to run to my car. I know he doesn't follow me, but I can't chance it. I jump in the driver's seat and lock myself inside. I look around to make sure he isn't around and that no one else is. Then I let myself burst into tears. I've fallen hard for him, and I hate it. I can't deal with only being his toy and fake fiancé. Look what it's done to me already. If I continue, I'll fall even harder, especially now that I've met his family. I can't go back to work. Not after that. I pull out my phone and call the front desk, letting them know I'm sick and have to go home. No questions asked, even though it's only lunchtime. Within minutes, I'm on my way home to crawl into my bed and cry until I can't anymore. It's around 8:30 when I finally leave my bedroom to grab water and a snack. The sun's finally going down, and I can end this day officially. Woo-hoo! I hear my phone buzz. It's an unregistered number, but I answer it anyway, thinking it may be one of the girls needing a ride from a bar. Hello? Emily, it's Leslie, Ethan's sister. My heart catches in my throat. Oh, hey, I hear Geneva suddenly in the back. Is that my future daughter on the line? My heart almost breaks. No one ever calls me that. Can we FaceTime, honey? I can't say no. Thankfully, I stopped crying a while ago. Sure. The video clicks on, and there is Geneva and Leslie smiling back at me. Sorry if we caught you relaxing, Leslie apologizes. No, you're fine. What's up? We just wanted to invite you over for dinner this next Sunday. I can see the excitement in Geneva's eyes as she asks. I want and should say no, but can't find myself able to. My phone dings, and I see a message flick across the top of the screen. Ethan, please say yes when my mother calls. My heart twists. Just let us know your favorite dishes. You can bring one if you want, but we love cooking. We can whip up whatever. We just want some family time. And I could use some girl time finally, Leslie teases, winking at me. I haven't felt this much warmth from family in a long time. That sounds perfect. Count me in. Geneva claps her hands together excitedly. We share some ideas before they end the call. Once the screen is black, the warm feeling is gone and I hate myself again. I'm too soft-hearted. Plus, being caught off guard didn't help. This has to be the last time. No exceptions.
Chapter 32. Ethan. My whole weekend was spent trying to go over what the hell I had done. Not only that, but what did I want? That was the bigger question that seemed to haunt me and still is. I'm trying to get ready for this normal Monday, but I can't get my act together. Nothing was resolved over the weekend for me. I didn't even get a chance to explain and say thank you to Emily Friday because she stayed out sick. I straighten my tie haphazardly and decide that's as good as it's going to get. I don't have the energy to really care right now. I don't know what I did, so how can I even try to get her back? I know I want her back. That's the easy part. It just doesn't seem like it can happen if I can't pinpoint why she hates me again so suddenly. On top of that, I can't seem to figure out what I truly want. So is getting her back such a good idea? I trip over the edge of my bed as my mind wanders. I sit down and rub my leg as I mull things over. I want Emily, that's obvious. I just don't know what exactly I want. I haven't felt this way with anyone. Usually it's whatever, but with her. I lay back on my bed and let out a sigh. I crave intimacy with her, but I don't want the commitment. Right? And she doesn't either. Right? Now I'm wondering why she even agreed to the fake relationship. There's nothing in it for her. It was selfish of me to ask. If she'd wanted, she could have told Mom about it the night they met. Why am I even stressing over these irrelevant questions? I only know one thing for sure. I'm screwed. I check the time. Groaning as I get off of the bed, I grab my stuff and head out the door. When I arrive, I notice Emily's computer is on even though she is nowhere to be seen. At least she's here. I go to my office and shut the door. I have work to do, and I will. But right now I want to take advantage of the time she's here before she decides to quit this time. Flowers. Women love flowers, I can do that. I need to pull out all my charm and use it to get Emily back. The more I think about it, the more sure I am that I'll figure the rest out once I've done that. I put in a call to the local florist just a couple blocks away. I ask for a simple yet colorful bouquet to be delivered. No note. She'll know exactly who they're from. After about an hour, I see through my tilted blinds the flowers being delivered. She takes them but doesn't give much of a reaction. She just pushes them behind her computer and continues working. Not even a look at my door. Okay then. I crack my knuckles as I think about what the next step should be. I want to do more. Glancing up at the clock, I see we have an hour until lunch. She usually makes her own, but maybe today I'll buy it for her. I won't force her to eat with me, but send it as a peace offering, and thank you for agreeing to come to dinner with my parents again. I order a deli sandwich that I know she enjoys from the shop below. I scribble a note tucked into the bag. Thank you for coming on Sunday. I appreciate it more than you know. Straight to the point. 12:45, it gets delivered to her desk. Again, I hide in my office like a child and watch. She reads the note and thankfully takes the sandwich instead of tossing it. I'll take that as a win. I start continuing with one of the projects when there's a knock on my door from one of the secretaries, Ruth. Excuse me, Mr. Reynolds? Yes? She's holding a file in her hand and walks over to my desk, laying it out. Miss Thompson wanted me to give this to you. She didn't want to interrupt your working lunch. I nod my thanks as she leaves, shutting the door behind her. I open the folder, hopeful for our first interaction. Inside is simply the note I sent her with an added reply. It's not for you. It's for your mom. Don't expect it to happen again. I read it over more than twice. Each time I can hear the coldness in her voice. Throwing the note in the trash, I lean back in my chair, contemplating what I can do to win her back. It sounds desperate, but I want Emily in my life. She makes it better. I need to find a way to convince her that our arrangement is the best for both of us. It works well, and we enjoy each other, as long as she would stop fighting against it for whatever reason. Showing her I'm serious and not giving up is a start. For the rest of the week, I send her flowers. Nothing flashy that draws attention, just added color and decor. There are a couple days I send her snacks, mainly chips or a chocolate I know she favors. I stop myself from watching her reactions by closing my blinds completely. It is too much stress to go through. I also am getting no work done on top of feeling like a stalker. By Friday, I receive some office gossip from Ruth for our weekly catch-up. There's a rumor going around that Emily has a suitor. Everyone is guessing on who it is, but no one has a clue. She's tight-lipped about the whole thing. Huh? Interesting, is all I offer. She continues. Me and the girls keep talking about how romantic he is. Emily doesn't seem to be fond of the attention, though. Oh? I sit up with curiosity. What makes you say that? Well, she throws the flowers away instead of keeping them. She never looks too happy about receiving any of the gifts. I sigh. My faltering confidence in my plan is now shattered to nothing. Ruth misreads my expression. I don't get it either, sir. It's interesting. But anyway, I'll let you get back to it. I just know you like to stay up to pace on what goes on out here when you're busy working. She shuts the door. She's not wrong. It's a normal thing for her to come in and give me the lowdown when I'm holed up. I just care too much about this news. Emily must really want to cut all ties with me. Not even another chance seems fathomable. I don't even get to know or make up for whatever I did wrong. All I can think of that could have set her off is when that woman came in here. But I didn't do anything, and made it abundantly clear I wanted nothing to do with her. Then Emily kissed me. God, I'm frustrated. How else can I convince Emily to keep what we had going? All I have now is a limited window of her as my fake fiancé. Right before quitting time, I come up with my only and last plan. I wait until a little later in the evening and head to Emily's place. This is it. I take a deep breath and knock on the door. It cracks open, and I hear her groan, seeing that it's me. She reluctantly opens it and gives me a cold stare. What?
Chapter 33. Emily. I stand there staring at Ethan filling the doorway. My expression says one thing plainly. You don't belong here. Ethan, I thought we went over this. Why are you here? What do you want with me? It's all I can do to hold myself together. My heart is heavy in my chest, smashed to smithereens, but I can't let on. I can't show a fissure. If I do, he'll see me as the loser in this horrible game. I know, and I'm sorry, but I seriously need you to help me. I cross my arms. My mood isn't getting any better. I sigh. Help you with what? Do you know what time it is? Listen, I wouldn't be here if it weren't an emergency. Believe me, this is a major emergency. My mother insists on seeing photos of you and me, together, like sent to her by yesterday and that type of thing. Ethan's eyes are popping. He's freaking out. And now I'm freaking out. What? You have got to be kidding me. I wish I were. She's all, if we're engaged, we must already have a plethora of photos. Like us together on dates, going places, doing romantic couple things. My God. The CIA should have hired this woman. She's unstoppable. Ethan is standing before me now, a mix of frustration and fear and a smidgen of desperation. And I'm standing opposite him, a mix of, I don't know what, helplessness, shock, that I'm dodging a bullet, not having Geneva as my real mother-in-law. But as much as I'm surprised, I feel for Ethan. He surely is between a boulder and Mount Mother. My cold posture warms a little. So I assume I know the answer. But what do you need from me exactly? A cheesy pic of us in front of my fireplace or something? I was hoping for more than that. Could you squeeze me into your weekend schedule so we can go on a date? Then we can take a bunch of pics in all sorts of places? Ethan. I know. But it's not like I can do this all by myself. Photoshop you in and all that jazz. Knowing my mother, she'll have the pics examined under a frickin' microscope. I feel for your quandary, but I simply can't help you out. That's a bridge too far. Ethan takes a step closer to me. My heart races. My palms grow sweaty. I back up only slightly, hoping he doesn't register my move. Emily, how about this? If you do this one thing for me, I promise I will never bother you again. Not here, not at the office, nowhere. If I don't produce these pics, not only will my mom not get off my back, but I see her hounding you too. Maybe at the office. I doubt you want that happening with all the nosy gossip hounds in the place. Tell her we've been having too much fun to take photos. She has to believe that. Oh no, she doesn't have to swallow that. Producing 0 pics will make her even more curious. She'll start to doubt us and our relationship. She'll needle me for the truth until she gets it. I'll have to confess. And then I'm transported into a living hell. I'll be up to my neck in an endless pile of blind dates with women in modest house dresses and no personalities. Ethan is being funny. I will myself not to smile. Any weakness from me, and I won't be able to fend him off. His offer is tempting. No more bother. No more surprise bouquets or weird gifts at work. The gossip stops. And all I have to do is sidle up to the guy from one day for a bunch of silly pics. I let my erect posture fall. Ethan smiles. He knows he's broken my resolve. Fine. Saturday, pick-a-palooza. As long as you promise. No food, no flowers, at the office. Ever. Starting tomorrow. I cross my arms yet again to let him know I mean business. I see a hint of sadness in his eyes, but also hope. Without another word, Ethan flashes me a smile, waves goodbye, and takes off in his car. I shake my head, hoping I haven't got myself in too deep. The next day when I arrive at work, I'm in the best mood I have been in a while. My mind is clear and my footsteps light as I leave the elevator for my floor. No more having to explain those weird gifts from Ethan will be a load off my shoulders. I'm eager to let go. I catch myself humming a tune as I reach my department. I never hum. I smile at myself as I head down the hall. The smile stops as I reach my desk. There, covering most of the flat surface, is one enormous white stuffed teddy bear with a gold keychain around its neck. I blink twice, thinking I must be hallucinating. Sadly, I'm not. I drop my briefcase and purse on a chair and examine the objects more closely. What the flying fresh hell are these? Am I a dummy? I said no flowers and no food, and look at this. It's neither. Geez, Ethan is being so cute here. A man of his word, to the letter. Great. I'm about to throw the stuffed animal off my desk and hope it lands in the trash bin when I catch a better look at the keychain. I let it lie in my hand. Holy heck, it's real gold, and it's got his initials on it. It's custom made. I can't stop staring at it. My breathing races and so does my heartbeat. There's no way I can toss these items now. Pricey and the damn bear is so cute. Curse that man. I jerk my head, scoping out the room. I step out to look left and right. The coast is clear. I can't let my coworkers see this, or the talk will never stop. I grab a trash liner from the supply cabinet, take it back to my office, and stuff the bear and the chain into the opaque bag. I take my car keys and make a beeline for the elevator, hoping no one will ask me what I'm doing with a big trash bag. The romance gods are with me. I manage to get out of the elevator and back to my car without being seen. It's a miracle, considering this building is always swarming with prying eyes. I hit the key fob. The car's rear door rises, and I quickly shove the bag inside and let the door close again. All the way back to my office, I'm fuming. I mumble a few choice words to myself the entire way there. What is that guy trying to do to me? To us? Have us become the talk of the building? First flowers, now this gigantic bear with a frickin' keychain. Why doesn't he just take out a freeway billboard and tell the entire world? If our relationship gets out, I'll be called the company gold digger, and he'll be called the playboy. Ethan isn't thinking straight. What's got into the guy anyway? I shake my head. My mind reels with thoughts of how I can make all this stop. Yet, all I can do is think of Ethan. He's about as difficult to forget as the teddy bear now taking up my entire SUV.
Chapter 34. Ethan. Yeah, Mom, no problem. Emily and I have loads of photos. I'll bring a few printed copies for you at the family dinner, okay? Oh, sweetie, that's perfect. Then everyone can see them. Now don't you be late picking up Emily that day. No fiancé likes a tardy bridegroom. I chuckle. On it, Mom. Talk to you soon. I hang up and breathe a sigh of relief. At least that's Mom done and dusted for now. I know my mother means well. It's not like she's trying to spy on me or doubting my relationship with Emily. She just wants to see our love in action. I head to my bedroom and look at myself in the mirror. I haven't been on an actual date in forever. I just hope this plan I have with Emily works out. When Saturday arrives, I text Emily to make sure she remembers our plan. Hey, don't forget to bring multiple changes of clothes. I wait a moment for her to reply. I notice my breathing is fast and my hands are sweaty. Great start to an already nerve-wracking day. Yup, haven't forgot. I'll be ready in a half hour. I'll see you then. That half hour zooms by. The next thing I know, I'm pulling up to Emily's place. She's waiting for me on the stoop, all kitted out for our date in a sun hat, a bathing suit, and a wraparound skirt. I get out, wave, and open the car door. Looks like you're ready for our coastal romp. Emily chuckles. As ready as I'll ever be. I speed off. The day is jam-packed with locales and costume swaps. As I head for the toy store, Emily is already searching through her bag for different sunglasses. Okay, we're here. Stop one. Pick up a couple of stuffed animals and a sandcastle kit. Roger. We photo one purchase, then come back out, change and photo the next. Yep, the same routine all the way down south. We laugh and hop out of the car. Operation Photo Scan begins. Different hairdos on Emily, different hats on me, and many changes of clothes have us meander down the freeway in search of parks and museums and various points of interest before we hit the sun and surf. I park at an angle facing the beach. Once the motor is off, the crashing surf fills our ears. We both sit there for a moment to take the sound and sea sense in. Even if this is a make-believe date, both of us are relishing the day. With the beach umbrella I brought and a large picnic blanket Emily packed, we make our secluded area on the beach with a drinks cooler, a snack knapsack, and all the necessities a loving couple at the beach need for the day. Want to take a walk? I ask, looking up at Emily, the beauty before me. It's all I can do to hold myself back from taking her in my arms and loving her on the warm sand. I am smiling, but my heart is heavy. I know there won't be any more sex between us. She made her feelings so clear to me on the rooftop lounge the other day. I have to accept this is all we'll have. This day will unfold as casual friends and nothing more. I reach for her hand and we stroll along the shore. The languid waves crash over our bare feet. The cool water is so refreshing and it calms my mind. I look down at Emily. She sees a pretty seashell and bends down to pick it up. She looks content, relaxed, but I'm not sure she is. I know I'm not. I'm still not one for commitment, but the thought of this being our last private time together rips at my heart too. The sun and breeze highlight and whip through her luscious hair. I simply don't want to let her go. Are you okay with all of this? Emily looks up at me. Sure, Ethan, this is a fine day. In between these fake couple shots, let's just enjoy the day as friends, okay? I smile and nod even though there's a lump in my throat which will not go away. We spend the day making sandcastles, burying each other in the sand, reading books under the umbrella and snoozing under the warm sun. It feels so right being with her like this. Why can't I change? Why can't I commit? I want her. I want this. From today until forever. With every different activity, I snap photos. By sunset, I have more than enough varied pics for my inquiring mom. Through the day and at dinner at a seaside bistro, we talk on light topics. Emily nor I acknowledge the elephant in the room having to do with our relationship or the fake agreement. We simply act like a loving couple. And for a time, we both forget the harsh reality waiting for us back home. In her actions and her words, I swear Emily opens up to me, warms up to me once again. For a moment, I buy the fantasy as reality, only because I want to. So, have you got enough photos? Emily stores our supplies in my car. Yes, more than enough. Thank you for this. Emily smiles and gets into the passenger seat. I follow suit. The day is done, and with it the romantic date that never was. In no time, I'm pulling back up to her place. I stop the motor. The heated engine softly ticks as we sit there in our momentary uncomfortable silence. I inhale and break the spell. Emily, you have to admit it, right? This was a spectacular day. One we could repeat, you know? Emily looks down at the floor, then slowly looks at me. Ethan, I did this so you could have more time to figure out a solution with your parents. After the family dinner, this, whatever this was or is, will be over. I'll go my way and you'll go yours. I open my mouth to reply, but no words come. It's not like I didn't know what this day would be. I guess my heart was hoping for more. All I can do while my mind falls into a deep sadness is silently nod in agreement and open her door. I help her in with her things and wave a weak goodbye as Emily quietly closes her door. She offers no smile. She gives no wave back. The last image I have of her is her eyes staring at the ground, her red lips pursed. For a moment I stand on her stoop, fighting with myself, wanting to pound on her front door and force her to see, feel, experience my deep love for what it is. I raise my arm, then I drop it. It's no use. I get into my car and wheel it onto the road. I will myself not to look back, for there's nothing more that can be done or said. I am bereft of solutions, unable to fix the unfixable. Oh, how the tides have turned, from a day at the beach to the ends of my soul. Chapter 35. Ethan. The family dinner date finally arrives. I text Emily. Hey, I can pick you up if you're ready. Again, I wait for her to reply. I remember when she would reply faster before, when things were better then. Eventually, my cell jingles. Thanks, but no need. I'll drive myself there. See you in a bit. The hopes I shouldn't have at all are dashed. Why should I expect anything different? I take a last look at myself in the foyer mirror. Tan slacks, polo shirt, boat shoes, chic casual. I don my sunglasses and head out the door. I've expertly timed the arrival at my parents' place. Not to be late, but not to be too early, so Mom's 20-question game doesn't have a chance to start. There you are, my boy! Come in, come in! My father walks up to me and pats me on the back. We walk to the patio table my mom set up in the back garden. She's laid out enough food for an army, even though this is only going to be for the immediate family and Emily. I notice she's put out her best cutlery. Geez, this parental approval visit is more official than I thought. I walk around the expansive deck, surveying the place. It's been quite a while since I've been in my parents' garden. Dad has the BBQ ready to go. I smell the smoldering charcoal. Here you are, son. A cold one on a hot day. Dad hands me a cream ale beer in a pint glass. I'm thankful for the drink. Nervousness is making my mouth feel like a desert, and I need a bit of liquid courage at this rate, too. Mom and Dad take seats around the table, as does my sister, but I can't settle. I walk back and forth along the path to the front drive. Ethan, my goodness, whatever is wrong with you? Emily will get here when she gets here. You know, it couldn't have hurt you to pick her up, you know? My mom looks slightly disapproving of me. Mom, I tried. She's her own woman. I'm just hoping she hasn't gotten lost. I figured she'd be here by now. I crack my knuckles until I catch my mother's raised eyebrows. I stop. Mom laughs. Oh, honey, remember when we were courting like this? You were always so jittery until I showed up for our dates. Dad chuckles. Ah, yes, the first blush of love. I don't nod my head in agreement. Mom takes my non-committal attitude the wrong way. Oh, look, hon. Our boy isn't a fully grown man if he can't say the word love in front of his family when it's painfully clear he's completely in love with this woman. I'll say, I haven't seen my boy act like this before. The poor guy's all on pins and needles here. Ethan, have a seat. I'll bring you another brew. I think you need it, old man. Dad chuckles, pats my shoulder, and walks off in search of another beer. Ha! I say it's Emily rightfully keeping my bro on his toes. You're punching way above your weight with that girl as it is. You're lucky she hasn't flown off with a real handsome guy. My sister flashes me a wry smile. Hey now, it's not like that with Emily. Close your Venus flytrap, sis. Now, you two. Let's be on our best behavior. We don't want poor Emily to take one look at her new in-laws and end up running for the hills. Fine, I'll play nice. But wait till it's your turn, sis. I'll remember what you've just said. The family laughs. I roll my eyes. I assume even bamboo under fingernails couldn't be as torturous as this. I surrender to a patio chair, and despite the strong rays, I feel all the blood leaving my head. My heart is pounding, and I feel like I'm going to throw up. My hand instinctively goes to my right-hand pants pocket. Yup, it's still there. The tiny red velvet box holding an engagement ring. I am in love with Emily. I know I am, aren't I? What happens if this goes pear-shaped? The only woman I can imagine being with me is Emily, so I customized it, engraved it. There's no returning, no turning back. As I let my fingers pat the soft velvet cover, I worry about this decision, the one I've taken all on my own. Not a word to Emily, not even a hint. But it feels right, and I want to give it to her. No, I need to give it to her, despite it all. I remove my hand and take a huge swig of the cold beer. The alcohol isn't working. I'm jumpy. My legs won't stop moving. I go over every one of her words from our beach day, the ones which insisted our relationship, whatever it is or was, is over. My sister feels the vibration under the table, looks down, and scoffs. Geez, Ethan, you're coming unglued. What's with all this nervous energy? It's like you've never met a woman before. I flash a look of disdain at my nosy sister. Well, maybe I haven't, not like Emily. I let out a tremendous sigh. My family doesn't get it. The turmoil I'm going through. But then, how could they? They think this love affair is real. They think my actions are of a lovesick puppy, and it's fun to tease me about the love I have for my soon-to-be bride. I want to blurt everything out. Tell them the actual story. Tell them how, if everything else is fake, my love for Emily is real. I swallow hard my frustration and take another drink of my beer. Just then I hear tires and the hum of an engine. I rocket out of the chair and stride to the front of the house. It's Emily. She wheels in behind my car, cuts the engine, and gets out. I feel my family overtake me on the path. Emily, welcome. I'm glad you're here, safe and sound. Ethan was having a silent heart attack waiting for you to arrive. It looked worse than mine, my father teases. Dad hugs Emily, and my mother comes up and gives her a soft kiss on the cheek. My sister hugs her too. I stand back and take it all in like I'm watching someone else's love life unfolding on some otherworldly big screen. Finally, our eyes meet. I stroll to her, and we stand face to face. I can smell her scent. I can feel the heart off her body. Emily is intoxicating. At this moment, I'm vibrating, but not from nervousness anymore. From arousal. Instead of giving her the pre-approved peck on the cheek, I go in for a full-on lip kiss. Her lips are warm and moist. I want to eat her up. I hear her stifle a gasp. Her hands instinctively go to my chest and ever so slightly push me away. She reaches up to pretend to hug me and hisses in my ear. What the hell are you doing? This is not the plan.
Chapter 36. Emily. What's wrong with Ethan? Damn it! Why is he acting this way? Being so clingy? And what's with the lip action? Geez, this is not what we've planned for today. He's making this uncomfortable situation practically unbearable, and the evening's only begun. I pretend to pet his chest as I slowly push him away. Our lips part, but he won't let me go. He knows I can't fight him while his entire family is watching. The guy is not playing fair. My heart races. My cheeks heat. I hope it's from anger. I know it's from heartbreak. My hopes and dreams for Ethan are shattering like fine crystals. I hear the pieces tinkle to the floor of my soul, a million obliterated pieces strewn across my very existence. And there's no emotional glue in the world which will mend this break. I smile and sidestep Ethan, in the feigned excuse to lock my car door. You needn't have been worried about me, darling, I say to Ethan when my eyes are boring into his. Silently, I try to scream at him telepathically. Why are you acting like this? Like we're a couple in love? Ethan's mother grabs my arm, and we all stroll back to the garden patio. I turn my head to look at Ethan. He knows the desperate look in my eyes. He shrugs his shoulders. I inhale and walk on. Can I tempt you for a cool glass of Zinfandel, Emily? Ethan's dad says. Finally, something to really smile about. Oh, yes, sir. That would be wonderful. I lay my purse down on the deck and join the others at the table. Ethan's mom has set a fine al fresco display. Candles, fine china. Is that solid silver cutlery? BBQs and the Reynolds clan are a rarefied thing apart. Huge live oak and palm sway in the soft summer breeze. The garden is vast and exploding in exotic blooms. The surroundings are divine. I feel cloistered, protected, and uncomfortably loved by all who gaze at me in curious wonder. Ethan's father is a grilling genius. The porterhouse steaks are done to perfection. The baked potatoes and various pasta and jellied salads are to die for. And my wine glass is never left empty for long. I'm grateful for the wine. It relaxes me some, enough that I can fake enjoyment in this make-believe world. Throughout the meal, Ethan is acting like a perfect gentleman. Loving, caring, tending to my every need. He's treating me like his princess. I'm trying desperately not to fall for the ruse, knowing in my mind this fantasy will never last. But with his hand over my shoulder, his touch to my cheek, his eyes lovingly seek my soul, I'm fighting every second not to fall harder for the man who isn't really mine. Oh, Emily, we are so happy to have you here today. To get to know you better, Geneva says, passing me a dessert plate of cool ambrosia salad. You bet we are. Hey, I've never had a sister, only my dumb brother. I don't know what you see in the doofus, but man, it'll be great to have you as a sis. Everyone laughs, and I clink my wine glass to all. Oh my God. Everyone is warmer to me than they were before, and they were never cold to begin. And I feel so at home here. I feel like I belong. I stop thinking. If I focus on this anymore, then any moment now I know I'll tear up. And it won't be from wedded happiness, for this is just a sham. None of it is real. I'm reveling in a world which simply isn't mine. It's the most emotionally shattering experience I've ever had. Now that dinner is done, how about a little campfire? I've got it all set up and ready to light, and we've put some drinks out at the outside bar. Ethan's father rises from the table, and we all follow suit. I finish my glass of wine, fearful of having any more. It's only my sobriety which is keeping my emotions in check. Ethan takes my arm and winds it through his and guides me down to the bay. The setting sun is a huge orange ball in the sky, turning the languid waves into glittering amber diamond lines. The crashing surf sound is soft. The scent is a mix of exotic blooms and the heady scent of the sea. Ethan offers me a seat in a double Adirondack chair, which slides back and forth with a mere push of our feet. He takes a seat beside me. We sit uncomfortably close. He takes my hand. Although I try to break free, he refuses to let me go. With a flick of a match, the bonfire kindling roars. Its flaming light replaces the solar amber glow as the big orange ball sinks below the sea and bids us all a farewell goodnight. I watch as Ethan roasts marshmallows with his sister until each is a golden brown. He turns to me and feeds me one. I flash a fake smile and swallow the warm, sugary treat. Why is he making this harder than it has to be? Can't he see this act is torture? It's all I can do not to beg him to stop, but I know voicing such a thing would raise the hackles in his family. Ethan's mother reaches for my other hand and comes close to my face. Dear, this evening has gone so well, don't you think? Yes, of course. Everything has been absolutely wonderful, Mrs. Reynolds. Well, how about we continue the fun? I'd like to invite you to a family outing. Take you out and show you to the world, as it were. You will soon be a Reynolds. Why hide you under a bushel now? I blink my eyes over and over. A family outing? A public show? How does Ethan think I can endure much more of this? Excuse me, ma'am. I have to go to the washroom. I bolt out of the chair. Hold on, Mom. I'll show Emily where it is. Ethan follows me up. I don't stop him. We need to talk. This game is going way too far. By tonight, Ethan and I are supposed to be free. He goes his way. I go mine. No catches. No more lies. And above all, no more heartache. I look up at him with disgust. Maybe he can play at being a flirt and hurting his family's feelings, but it's killing me. These are good people, and all Ethan is doing is using us all for his own ends. My eyes burn. I know I need to cry. I refuse to give him the satisfaction. I replace sorrow with rage. Halfway to the house, I stop him in his tracks, jerk my head his way, and hiss. What the hell are you doing? This is supposed to be a one-off. Now, your mom wants me to go on some public outing with the family. How do you expect me to carry on like this? Ethan, this is torture. Chapter 37. Emily. Emily, no, wait. Hang on. Listen for a sec. Ethan grabs my arms. I push his arms away. No more waiting or listening. What do you think I'm made of? Steel? Maybe you can play this heartless game, but it's killing me. I can't stomach this anymore. I'm a wreck. I feel guilty as hell playing with your family like this. Hey, that last bit from my mom. I didn't know she'd say that. I told you before. She takes the helm in this family and never tells us where she's taking us. Whatever. I can't take it anymore. Acting like your fiancé when you and I are anything but a couple. You're acting like this is all so real when you know it isn't. This is torture, Ethan. Unmitigated torture. For me now, but for your family in the end. You know that. Yes, but I grab Ethan's arm and shove him behind a massive oak tree so he can't be seen or heard. But nothing, man. Don't you feel guilty at all playing your parents and sister like this? What are you, some kind of unfeeling monster? Emily, please. You know I'm no monster. Don't do this now, just when everything is going so well. Going so well. Are you nuts? Nope. No way. The party is over. This deal is over. You can forget we were ever anything because we never were. This us, it never happened. And you had better find a gentle way to let your family down. But that's up to you. I'm so done. Ethan steps closer to me. His expression goes from begging to defiant. You call me the heartless one. Do you expect me to believe you can forget what we've shared together all this time, like we were nothing? A sex blip on the radar of life? I turn on my heels and walk around the massive trunk. No more can I hide my emotion. I'm raw. The tears well and purl down my hot cheeks. Sorrow overtakes me when I wish I could just be angry at this man, the one I've grown to love. I wipe the tears on my sleeve, wheel around to Ethan, and bark. This is all about you, isn't it? You're acting like a stubborn child who has had his ego dented by his first girlfriend. Ethan, we're not a couple. We never have been. It's been a con from day one, and you know it. We don't even have enough of a relationship to be fighting like this. Yes, we do. You're wrong. You're dead wrong. No, I'm not. Why can't you just let me go? I did your bidding. Now let me be. What's keeping you tied to me like this? Is it love? Are you in love with me? The last two questions cannonade from my mouth before I can stop them. I gasp. Then, I close my mouth like a vault. I can't believe it. I did it. I said the word love. In my nervous exhaustion, in my utter frustration, I guess I had no other card to play. I threw out the L word and let it lie. At this point, I guess I figure, what have I got to lose? I watch as Ethan parrots my expression. He opens his mouth, then shuts it tightly too. He knows that's a direct question. There's no way out. Ethan opens his mouth once more, but I speak first. I know what he'll say, and I can't bear to hear the words. Don't answer. Just stay away from me. I'm no longer your fake fiancé. If you can't tell your family, then I will. I'm not leaving them hanging like this. It's so cruel. Emily, no, please don't do that. There's got to be another way. Can't you see how happy you've made them? I've never seen my dad so outgoing, and my mom so at ease in years. They adore you. And my sis is over the moon. Maybe so, but look what they adore, Ethan. It's a sham. A love affair that never was. All these lies. They pile one on top of another, and before you know it, you'll smother in them. That happiness you see in their eyes. Can you imagine the depths of sorrow which will replace it once we tell them the truth? The longer we wait, the worse it'll get. I know, but no, Ethan. No buts. Not anymore. If I leave it as it is tonight, I can't trust you to set the record straight. Every fiber of my being is yelling at me to go back down there and break the awful news, rip the bandage right off. I can't leave them like this, expecting more from me when we both know there is nothing here. I slide down the trunk. I have no more energy left to stand. The tears fall again. I'm a mix of guilt and shame. I picture in my mind's eye how this confession will play out, and all I see is dismay and hurt in the family's eyes. His mother will think I'm some kind of gold digger who got cold feet. His father, who shows me nothing but daughterly love, will have his heart quietly broken in two, and his little sister will undoubtedly run from me, never wanting to look me in the face again. Ethan slides down the trunk too. He's as exhausted as me. Oh, Emily, this is not how I envisioned this to go. You have to believe me. Maybe so, but rationally, how else would it have ended? I don't know. I guess I was hoping you and I could play the game long enough where we'd find a safe escape. A safe escape? Where nobody gets hurt, you mean? Ethan sighs. Yeah, where nobody gets hurt. Silence. Above us, only the rustling of the oak leaves. Below us, the cool ground. I spy two ants carrying a leaf all by themselves. One has the tip of the leaf, the other has the stem. I wonder if they're a couple, helping each other out through trying times. The question only brings more tears. I cast my eyes around the yard, imagining I am anywhere but here. I hear the call of two birds, calling and answering back. It's a song of love, of loneliness, mended for all time. The haunting sound breaks what's left of my shattered heart. Behind the tree trunk, Ethan and I hear steps in the grass and a gasp. We jump up, straighten our clothes, and move around to the other side. It's Ethan's sister. Her eyes are wide like an owl's. From her expression, she's been standing there long enough to hear more than the gist. Pain stabs at my gut. My idea of letting Ethan's family down gently is blown to bits. I quickly wipe my tears. I reach out to her. She steps back as if I'm a viral scourge. With pleading eyes on the verge of birthing their own tears, she hurls out her questions. Ethan, what's going on here? What fake fiancé? Are you saying you didn't propose to Emily? that you two aren't in love? That this is one big lie?
Chapter 38. Ethan. Leslie, it's not what you think. Let me explain. Emily pushes ahead of me and grabs my sister's hand. No, please let me explain. How can I believe anything either of you two say? Why would we lie now? You overheard us, so you know the truth. The truth? What? So you can hurt us all in the end? Emily, I liked you. I know my brother can be a raging idiot sometimes, but you? Tears well in her eyes. Your brother and I set up this deal expressly not to hurt your mother. As much as she's a lovely woman, she doesn't take no for an answer when it comes to Ethan's love life. My sister nods. I breathe easier. Emily is slowly getting through to her, so I stay quiet. Your mother has been insistent Ethan agrees to blind dates. Women from the church. Ethan doesn't want any of that. He's adventurous, not sedate. Maybe spiritual, but certainly not religious. So he and I concocted this scheme. We figured if your mom thought Ethan already had a fiancée, she'd leave him be. At least long enough where Ethan could get serious about a woman of his own choosing, not someone forced on him. Can you appreciate that? I guess I can in a way. But how could you so boldly lie like this? Lie right to our faces and for so long. Whatever your initial reasoning, your lie hurts. Ethan, you let the family fall in love with Emily. And now we find out it's all been a game. This is the most hurtful thing you've ever done. My sister looks to the ground. I see teardrops fall, roll, and glisten on the verdant blades of grass. Leslie, there was no other way. Mom was on a tear. She was bound and determined to hook me up with one of her church friends. What would have been worse? Telling Mom in no uncertain terms to back off and break her heart, or deceive the unsuspecting women who agreed to dates that never should have been. Either way, somebody was going to get hurt. I figured if Emily and I could play it right, nobody would get hurt. Okay, I'll buy that. But you must admit it was a long shot at best. Yeah, I know. But I felt I had to try, given how bull in a china shop she was becoming with my love life. My sister sighs. Heck, you only hear half of it. Mom was on the phone day and night looking for Mrs. Right for you until you introduced us to Emily. I guess you were between a rock and a hard place. But this game is going to hurt our folks in such a deep way. Well, it all stops here. Before you overheard us, I was heading back to the bonfire to confess all to your folks in as gentle a manner as I could find. My plans haven't changed now that you know. I watch Emily march back down to the others. My sister and I run to catch up. I can't let her do this. I know in my heart this is dead wrong. If I don't stop her, I'll lose Emily forever. Mr. and Mrs. Reynolds, I have something important to tell you. No, Emily. If anyone is going to say anything to my folks, it'll be me. But, as you say, no buts. I proceed to tell my folks what Emily told my sister. The looks on their faces stab at my heart. But I know the truth. The whole truth is the only way to go now. Mom, Dad, listen. I'm the only one to blame here, not Emily. She was only trying to help me out of a no-win situation. Dear, why didn't you simply tell me how you felt? Mom, I tried. Countless times. You never wanted to listen. Son, what have you done here? Including this lovely lady in your devious plans. It's unconscionable. I don't think I've been as disappointed in you as I am right now, regardless of your good intentions. My dad reaches over to console my mom, who is sobbing uncontrollably. I want to take the hurt away, but I know I can't. I just pray neither of my folks have a coronary over this traumatic news. Again, my profound apologies, Mr. and Mrs. Reynolds. I will show myself out. I can see the hurt and the relief on Emily's face. The game is done, and the lies are at an end. She slowly turns, and with her shoulders slumped and her head bowed, she walks back up to the house alone. I hurry after her, letting her get just far enough that we have some privacy away from the rest of my family. But when she reaches a spot out of sight close to the house, I call out, "No, stop! Emily, Stay and listen to what I have to say. Please, honey, please. I have never called her that endearment before. Not for real. Not from my heart. It feels strange, but oh, so good. Emily stops but keeps her back to me. I plow on. The biggest lie isn't what we just told you. It's the lie I made myself and made Emily believe. I let on that I never had feelings for her. I don't know why. Fear of commitment, I guess. But I have feelings for you, Emily. I have since the moment I set my eyes on you. Emily slowly turns around. Her eyes bore into mine. I pretended what we had was nothing. Is nothing. Right up to today. It's been everything from day one, Emily. I think, dream, and breathe you, my beauty. Emily Thompson, I'm madly in love with you, and pretending I'm not has been the biggest lie of all. I look all around me. Everyone is in shock from my words, none more than Emily herself. All I can do is smile. I walk up to her, take her hands in mine, and whisper, "You have changed my life. It's true. I've always been afraid of commitments, but the worst fear I live with now is not having you in my life. Living with the woman you love is the real freedom. I only figured that out once I met you. Without you, I'd be in a cage with no way to escape." Emily looks up at me, still unable to form words. It's now or never. I go down on one knee, fish for the velvet box in my pocket, open the lid, and present the twinkling ring to her in front of my family. If I'm breathing, I can't tell. If my heart beats, it's beating too fast to count. My senses are supercharged. I see, smell, and touch like never before. I feel my past ebbing away, and in its place is a vibrant hope for the future. One I never knew could exist. And that future is in Emily, in her eyes and her lips and her soul and her heart. I pray she'll let me in and give me the answer I desperately want to hear. Sweetheart, I love you now and always. I had this ring specially made with only you in mind. Would you agree to be my only one with marriage in mind? Will you give this idiot another chance?
Chapter 39. Emily. The ring. It's the most beautiful ring I've ever seen. A wave of pink diamonds crashing over a sea of blue sapphires. Yes, it's from our day by the sea. Do you like it? Do I like it? I adore it. I know this isn't an engagement ring. It's a promise. Ethan's first step at commitment. And I like this slow move toward marriage. The speed fits me too. It represents our love for each other, which no piece of paper could do better. Ethan stands up and places the ring on my finger. It fits perfectly. The diamonds and sapphires sparkle in the sunlight and make the gem wave spring to life. I notice how the band is made up of separate bands. All the gems are on a different band. You can wear them separately or together. I look up at Ethan, and all I see in his face is love. Love for me, for us. I gulp down my emotions. I bring him to me and kiss him. For the first time since we met, I feel a part of the man. I feel not myself, but one with the love of my life. Oh, Ethan, all the time we've wasted. I'm so sorry. I fought to stay away from you because I feared being hurt. I didn't think you loved me as much as I loved you. The look on Ethan's face is priceless. You love me too? Really? Yes, of course. I have from the beginning, but I couldn't admit it to myself, much less confess it to you. I saw a future for us, but I knew your fear of commitment. It was so clear. I never thought you'd be glad to hear it or want me for real. My telling you I loved you could have messed up your life, so I kept it to myself. Ethan smiles. Oh my God, Emily. I did the same thing because of you. We should have sat down and really talked, huh? Yes, but I don't think we knew how. Too much fear of being hurt. Yes, sweetheart. Too much fear of being hurt. Ethan holds my head to his chest. I feel his body heat and hear the beating of his heart. My senses tell me I am home in him, and there will never be a better, safer, or more wonderful world than in his arms. Eventually, Ethan lets me go to look deeply into my eyes. Why did we waste all this time playing games? I sigh. I guess because neither one of us has ever been in love before. Maybe playing make-believe was easier, safer somehow. Yes, but look at all the wasted time and all the hurt we caused others. And for what? The joke isn't on my family, it's on us. I know, and if we could... Ethan brushes a hair from my cheek. If we could turn back time. Yes, beauty, if we only could. How could we have changed things? I mean, look at my family. They're in love with you too. I've never seen my parents so impressed with anyone outside the family. And Leslie is over the moon having a big sister of her own. I smile. What were we so frightened of? I was frightened the entire time of losing you, Emily. Once I had you in my life, I simply couldn't imagine a world without you in it. The idea of you gone from my sight killed me inside. And I wanted what my parents had, a loving, caring marriage, but I feared I couldn't have that with you. That I wouldn't measure up to your expectations, and I had no clue how to measure up to your family's. Yes, I've always wanted my own career, to stand on my own 2 feet. But deep down, I wanted a man and a family too. One of my very own with the man I adore beside me. Sweetie, deep down, I've wanted the same. But I balked at the idea for so long because my mother pushed so hard the other way. And with women who would never want the same lifestyle. They were always about the status quo, the picket fence and the house, and a safe life lived. I figured if I couldn't live a full life with lots of adventure, with the woman I loved, I'd do it on my own. My eyes light up. Exactly. Grab life by the horns and do it with another. Why can't we have both? We laugh. Ethan rolls his shoulders. He looks as if he's staring into our future, of exotic travels, meeting new people, and experiencing exciting things. I smile as I'm seeing the same in my mind's eye, and eventually taking our little ones on the same adventures. Ethan, life can be what we want it to be, you know? Why can't we canoe through a rainforest or visit the temples of Nepal with our children by our side? Happiness. We can define it for ourselves. Right. Happiness can't just be about material things. I listen to my parents tell me all the time how some of the happiest moments were when they were first starting out, and my mom draped material over wooden crates as their side tables, and all the women she kept pushing on me were all about materialism. It was all about what image we would show in front of others. And so people amass things. Then what? Exactly. Then what? If it's all for show, but the love isn't there. My mom and dad are well off now, but the love they share began with so little, and it carried them through the tough times and the good. I reach up and stroke Ethan's lush hair. I don't care what we have as long as we have each other, Ethan. I mean that. A place to call home. It can be simple. I'll make it beautiful whatever and wherever it is. You and I will fill it with love. I reach up and kiss Ethan. This time it's a slow, soft kiss. He nuzzles my face. We breathe each other in as if the scent of each other is the oxygen we need. No more words need be said. From this moment forward, we are joined. The tree canopy is our church. The leaves are our witnesses. No matter what the future brings, I feel it in my soul. We will face it together as one. Nothing and no one will break us now. As the dappled sunlight peeks through the whispering leaves, we fold into one another like 2 lost puzzle pieces, finally finding their home. The soft summer breeze cools our cheeks as kiss after kiss seals our hearts. There is no yesterday or tomorrow. There's only the here and now and its pure, loving light. I lay my head on his chest once more. Oh God, I have found my home. No more doubts or games or lies needed. My fear is gone. Whatever comes to pass, I can face it all, with my beloved man by my side. Thank you. 1,000 times thank you for him.
Chapter 40. Ethan. 10 minutes to 5 o'clock, I scurry around the department cubicles, whispering to each one of the employees. Psst, can you help me? I have a secret plan and it involves Emily. When I explain the details, everyone happily agrees to help me in the ruse. Yes, a ruse, but this time one for good, with no lies and no hurt. Quickly, all the employees gather in the boardroom, each hiding a small bag behind their backs. I can tell it's hard for them to stifle their giddy smiles, but they do their best. Okay, you guys know what to do? Here she comes. Everyone silently nods and instantly displays straight faces as Emily walks through the door. I walk up to Emily and whisper in her ear, "Are you up for this?" "Completely," she whispers back, sporting a wide smile. I clap to get everyone's attention. The varied conversations wind down, and everyone looks forward. "Well, guys and gals, I've brought you all together so Emily and I can make a special announcement." Whispers ensue. I clap once more. I reach for her hand, and she happily takes it. I can tell she's embarrassed by being the center of attention, which makes me love her all the more. Emily and I haven't been immune to the office gossip swirling around about us, so we thought we'd stop your tortured minds. We want you all to know, Emily and I are an official couple. No more need for whispered gossip. Don't deny it, you nosy people, I tease. We kept it under wraps until we knew for sure. We hope you'll be happy for us. Cheers and whoops and fist pumps erupt from the employee crowd. "Finally, boy, you two took your time about it," one coworker says. "Yeah, I'll say. We had a bet on how long it would take you two to confess it," another says. "And I won the pool," calls out one more. Raucous laughter fills the room. Emily and I laugh and hug. We both feel relieved that our relationship is out in the open. Going forward, neither one of us wants any more games, secrets, or lies. Emily is about to leave the room when I call her back. "No, stay where you are. The announcement isn't over." Emily looks at me with a quizzical eye. "Isn't it over? What more do we need to say?" "Oh, there's me having to ask a question, and there's you having to give an answer." I bring her back to the center of the room. I inhale. I look at the staff, and they egg me on with their sly expressions and gestures. I dip to one knee, and I fish for another velvet box. Only this time, the small box houses a magnificent square, cut flawless diamond solitaire on a titanium band. Under the fluorescent lights, the gem ignites in a fiery kaleidoscope of color. "Some months ago, I made a promise to you. I told you my promise would always hold marriage in the cards for us. Nothing has changed, sweetheart. Not on my side, and I hope not on yours. Emily Thompson, will you do me the great honor of becoming my life?" Emily looks down at me and at the beautiful ring with awe and shock. I smile. I think it's so endearing she's still so surprised at this end. Maybe she never knew I meant the future promise I did. Now she knows my promises are for keeps. "Yes, Ethan, 1,000 times yes!" I jump up and grab her in my arms and swirl her around and around. Our coworkers cheer and jump for joy. They bring out their secret bags and throw handfuls of confetti our way. Emily and I are covered in the tiny metallic pieces, and we glitter as well as Emily's diamond in the office light. I take her hands and move the promise ring to her right ring finger, so I can place the engagement ring on her left. Again, as before, it slides on effortlessly and fits as it should, as perfectly as the eternal love and promise it represents. "Congratulations!" The crowd cheers. The female employees rush up to Emily and give her kisses and hugs, each one dying to see the ring up close. Hands go to faces, eyes pop and gasps fill the room. "Oh, Emily, what a rock! And you look so happy," one colleague says. "I am. I truly am. And yes, this is some ring, but honestly, I'd be just as happy with nothing at all. I look at Ethan and he's everything I need." The women coo and happily nod their heads. The male employees come up to me and slap me on the back. "You lucky dog," says Ryan. Behind him is Luke, who just nods his head. "All the best, Ethan." "You hit the jackpot with Emily, man. Congrats," declares Albert. "Hey all, it's after 5. The place is officially closed for the day. Is anyone up for bottles of champagne?" Hoots and hollers and cheers erupt once more. I and the guys head for the staff fridge, where I placed a case of Dom and several trays of canapes. One colleague comes up to me. "Good thing she said yes, man. What was your plan B with all this if she hadn't?" I chuckle and pretend to wipe my brow. Let's just say I was all in on the yes and ignored the no. The guys laugh, slap me on the back once more, and help me set up the impromptu feast. Corks pop and champagne flutes clink, and everyone in our department has the time of their lives. The men's ties are undone and abandoned, and the women slip off their shoes. Emily and I look out at the merry crowd. "This is perfect, you know," I say to my now official fiancé. "Perfect, yes, but what do you mean?" "People, our colleagues, our friends, all of us just being ourselves and having fun how we make it. No big orchestration, no slaving to an image. Just real people living their real lives and loving every minute." Emily hugs me. I couldn't be any happier than I am right now. You know, at this moment we have everything. I look down at my beauty. I am the happiest man on earth, Emily. We both have our careers. We both have each other. What could we want for more? Is this what happily ever after feels like, do you think? I know it is. We'll have our ups and downs like everyone else, but we get to face them together. Isn't that an automatic win in life? I think it is. There's nothing life can throw at us. You and I together won't overcome. I hold Emily tight against me, and eventually we join the raucous crowd in their light-hearted conversations. The women beg to know the wedding details while the men ask when the bachelor party will be. The usual wedding banter I had witnessed with other engaged friends, never once expecting it would be about me. Not for a second do I feel fear or doubt. The fear of commitment is over. Emily is my love, and all I feel at this moment is freedom in my heart and soul.
Chapter 41. Emily. Just another day at the beach, I tell myself. You've been to this beach 1,000 times. It's the first time I've been here in a white dress, though, with all of my friends and family. My in-laws and even our coworkers are here to see this moment. The ones who saw me so many times hiding my feelings. I know I shouldn't be nervous because only one person here matters, and it's the man I'm about to marry. Ethan. The part of me that knows that has never been calmer. The rest of me is a shaking bundle of nerves. We get there in the morning to get ready. Me and my best friends are staying at the hotel on the beach right nearby. "Here comes the bride," Marissa and Rachel sang in unison in the morning, with fresh coffee from Celestial Coffee, my favorite. Ethan dropped it off this morning. On a day that I'm sure will be filled with tears, I almost broke the seal right then. Even before the actual wedding, when it's supposedly bad luck to see the bride, he made sure I had my favorite pick-me-up in the morning to greet the day. Well, my second favorite pick-me-up. A wake-up booty call in bed is the most surefire way to get the sleep out of my eyes. I have the best fiancé, don't I? He has the best bride, Marissa says. He wasn't always like this, Leslie says, wandering around in her bridesmaid robe and offering me a mimosa. You brought that side out of him, Emily. I think you brought a lot of sides out of him, Rachel says. Remember when he was the guy from the bar that you... Shh, I say, shooting her a look with a big smile. Thank you, Emily. There are things that I don't need to know about my brother in this life, Leslie says dryly. They look beautiful in their bridesmaids' dresses, which are shades of orchid. Leslie, did you ever think your brother would be the marrying kind? Rachel asks, evoking Leslie's laughter. She looks serious for a moment unexpectedly. You know, I always thought deep down he was a romantic, but he never met anyone who could measure up, so he just had fun. That changed when I met Emily. Even though it was fake at that point? Emily asks. Sweetheart, it was never fake, Rachel says. Even that first night, you can tell when someone's smitten. Exactly, Leslie says. We all finish getting our makeup and hair done, and then we start pulling on our outfits. It's starting to feel real, I think to myself. I look at myself in the mirror with my bridesmaids next to me, and I can't believe this is happening. My dress is a strapless trumpet wedding gown, made of lightweight, airy silk. It's understated and elegant, and it contrasts beautifully with my dark skin. Around my neck is a necklace that's at once new and old. The first round of engagement rings Ethan gave me as something like a promise ring. It's a reminder of how much we've been through, and that even before we could admit it to ourselves, our love for each other was always undeniable. My bouquet is made of the same flowers of the bouquet Ethan sent me right after I had told him it was over, just before we realized we never wanted it to end. Red roses, orange poppies, lemon-colored tulips, cotton candy-colored peonies, purple hydrangeas. It's time, the wedding planner says. I look out over the arranged chairs and see so many people I love. My mother is in the front with my two brothers, and my father waits in the back, ready to take my arm as I walk down the aisle. In the front, I see Ethan's mom and dad, and I realize for the first time that if it weren't for them, we might not have ever gotten here. We might have been too afraid. We waded into commitment little by little, not ready to commit to it. And we were utterly surprised that the only thing that felt wrong about the situation wasn't having to seem like we were committed, but having to go back to not. And there, in the middle of the aisle, halfway between, as if standing at the intersection of my past and my future, is Ethan. And I feel ready to walk into the next part of my life, knowing that every step I take will be with him. The music swells. In the distance, I can see Ethan wiping his eyes. He looks back with a smile as if he can feel me watching him. You all look beautiful, I say to my bridesmaids. Thank you. They start to walk out, joining hands with the groomsmen as they walk in a procession. At the end is my father, whose face is wet with joyful tears. You look like a princess, baby. He takes my hand. And you found a man who treats you like a queen. You showed me that I should never settle for anything less. I'm so glad I never did. I feel overwhelmed by the love in the eyes of everyone in the chairs as they stand. When we reach Ethan, I feel like I can barely stand, but it doesn't matter if I can't. He's there to hold me if I fall. Take good care of my baby, my dad says to Ethan. You know I always will, he says back, and they give each other a huge hug. Ethan looks incredible in his perfectly form-fitting tuxedo, and I can't believe I'm so lucky to be in love with this man, and for him to be just as in love with me. His green eyes look like two jade marbles beaming out. They're the same as they've always been. Just the name we've called ourselves has changed, but everything we have now has always been there. That's how I know it's real. He joins his groomsmen, and I join my bridesmaids at the front of the altar, a makeshift canopy. I only just now realized that it has an extra element, one more surprise up Ethan's sleeve. It's the soft blanket we used for our first picnic together at this very beach. I shake my head at him and he grins. We go through the vows, and all I see the entire time is Ethan's perfect face. We say the words we practiced, and at the end, before we say I do, we share our own vows to each other. I promise, Ethan, to always delight and surprise you. I promise to love every single part of you. I promise to be your partner in everything, and to give you freedom in everything too. I promise that even as we grow together and change in ways that we can't even foresee, my love for you will always be constant. Together, everything is possible. There's nothing we can't conquer. Tears hover just near his lower eyelids, threatening to spill over. His lips are quavering. I reach out and hold his arm. My beautiful Emily, my beautiful, amazing Emily, I promise my whole self to you. You've seen all of me, the best and worst. And I promise to be true to you and true to myself above anything else. I promise to see all the different sides of you and to love you for every one of them. I promise to talk through anything and everything with you and to love you more than I could ever begin to say. The officiant asks, if we take each other, regardless of all of the various things life can throw, and we repeat the words, knowing we've already been through so much together. When we say, I do, we know from experience that we will. There's no hesitation. He kisses me, and it feels like every moment of my life has led to this one. We eat and drink and dance all night with our loved ones to celebrate finding a love that surpasses anything I've ever felt. It's a celebration of everything Ethan and I are to each other, and a celebration of all the hopes we have for building a beautiful life together.
Chapter 42. Ethan. So, what do you think so far? I ask Emily. I know she's never been to Japan before. We've adventured a little since arriving. Now, it is time for the dinner I planned, but I want to hear her thoughts as we change our clothes. It's better than I could have imagined. There's so much history here. It's overwhelming with the people at times, but I can't believe how easy it is to get around. There's so much to see. I laugh at her bright blue eyes dancing with mirth. We will. Don't worry. I have quite the itinerary planned. I know what's worth seeing. Plus, if we don't get around to something, we can always make another trip. I take off my casual clothes and start to slip into a simple suit. Seriously? We can come back? She sounds shocked as she changes into a dress. I keep sneaking looks at her from the mirror in the bathroom. I can't help myself. I lace my shoes up. If you want to, this can be an annual thing for us, or we can go wherever. I finish and look up. Emily is standing in the bathroom door, putting on the last of her earrings. I can't stop my breath from catching. She never ceases to amaze me at how beautifully gorgeous she is, even without a trace of makeup on. Her new green and gold oriental design dress clings favorably to her body, showing off everything I plan to sample later. Do you like the dress? She asks, spinning for me. I walk over to her and kiss her cheek. I think the dress is nice, but how you wear it makes everything more gorgeous. You're stunning. Emily grins. Quite the flatterer, aren't you? You know, you're already getting laid tonight. I know, but I am just speaking the truth. That's one of our promises, was it not? She leans in and kisses me passionately. I can feel myself hardening for her. She pulls away. It was. Shall we go eat? Emily swishes her hips as she heads to the door. God, I love this woman. We get to the place I picked out called Sushiso Masa. It's high-end Japanese cuisine with a plethora of options. I want to give her the full experience of our vacation. We walk in and are greeted instantly and sit down. Emily doesn't know where to start but tries to hide her confusion. I push the menu down in front of her. Would you like me to translate it or pick something I think you'd like? She laughs. You can read this? I'm impressed. How about tonight? You pick out our dishes and we share so I can get a taste for it all. Sounds good to me. Is there anything you're not willing to try or allergic to before I dive in? You know, I think I'm willing to try anything once. Just don't tell me what it is ahead of time so I don't make any assumptions. Fair enough. I order us some nigiri sushi and side dishes, all different varieties. I get some sake to go with it. We sample absolutely everything. Emily struggles with the side rice and her chopsticks at first. I hold a mini lesson to show her the easiest way to use them. I end up feeding her most of it as she tries not to laugh. "I feel like a child," she quips. "Hold still." I chuckle. She won't open her mouth because of her laughing. I accidentally drop her food on her lap. Whoops! She laughs even harder and picks it up with her hands, tossing it into her mouth. I think I may just eat it like this. It will save us both the hassle. My face hurts from smiling at her the entire dinner. Finally, we manage to eat everything and are ready to head back to the hotel. "What did you think?" I ask as we walk hand in hand towards our destination. The cool night air is refreshing from the busyness of the day. Japan lights up like Vegas on steroids. Only the sky indicates that night has fallen. I was surprised at how good everything is and how bad I am with anything besides a fork. "Do you want to know what was in any of the dishes?" She smiles and looks up at me. "No, I have an idea, given I've had some sushi before, but I think mystery is part of the fun. Wouldn't you agree?" She gives me a coy smile as she bites her lip. She affects me so intensely and suddenly that I just can't get used to it. I do. I almost pull her with me as I pick up my eager pace to our hotel. I use the card to get us inside. I flip the door lock on for extra precaution. I turn around and Emily pushes her body against mine, lips locked as I'm trapped between her and the door. To listen to the rest of this hot and heavy happily ever after, find the unabridged version of this audiobook in Miss Tyla's endless library at tylawalker.com. Use YouTube exclusive code SAVE40 for a generous 40% off any digital product you like, and listen free of ads, interruptions, and without missing a single dirty detail. Thank you for listening to Black Queen White King.